Since you're beside Captain America. It just makes more sense, you know? Thank you.
I got that on my jacket. Ah, nice. And climate change on my jacket. Hello. Watch it. Wait.
Well, I didn't hear you there. Good to see you again. Good luck.
Welcome, this is President of CTV News. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Ward Smith. Very nice to meet you.
Hello again.
Best.
Hi again.
Yes.
Hi, you too.
Hello, Irene Gentle, Toronto Star. Very nice to meet you.
Bonjour, Liz Julien, Radio-Canada.
Oui,
Bonjour,
enchanté, oui,
enchanté. Nice to meet you too.
CEO of the museum, Mark Whale.
Oh, yes.
We've been at the War Museum. Very nice. Welcome to the museum. Nice to see you again.
Actually, yes.
Pleasure. I saw you at the press gallery. Yes. Yeah. Pleasure to have you again.
Yes. Armor Ambassador. Yes. Some technical thank you. Okay. Hi all. Thanks for everything today. Remember it? Remember it all? So in that case, there's a tent and
I don't see a lot of his people there.
À de nombreuses reprises, le Québec peut être un excellent ami du Canada, un extraordinaire partenaire pour le Canada. Il suffit que les termes d'un pareil partenariat soient convenus par les deux parties et non pas plus ou moins formellement dictés par un et deux partenaires.
Vous, qu'est-ce que vous avez à gagner ici?
Le débat est traduit en français largement. Je suis convaincu que les médias francophones vont aussi le couvrir beaucoup. Il y aura des commentaires au fait de même. Moi, j'ai quelques messages à passer, quelle que soit la langue dans laquelle je passe. Maintenant, on va tous découvrir en même temps si j'ai des aptitudes en anglais.
Quel message sur la loi 21, par exemple,
je ne voudrais pas brûler Philippe.
sur la loi 21, pensez-vous que vous allez être la cible de toutes les attaques que ce soir des partis vont s'en donner à cœur?
Je pense sincèrement que les autres chefs de parti ont un seul débat en anglais pour régler leurs affaires entre eux. Je doute fort d'être la principale cible de tout le monde.
Allez-vous les laisser s'exprimer? Allez-vous les regarder un peu de loin?
Comme lors du dernier débat, peut-être un peu mieux, j'espère, je vais faire des propositions, avoir un ton positif et rester aussi posé que mon tempérament permet.
Merci beaucoup. Aux questions en anglais à l'Assemblée nationale pour participer à un débat en anglais.
Je refusais de faire des points de presse et j'ai toujours fait des entrevues en anglais à l'Assemblée nationale, une à une, avec beaucoup de
Welcome today. Hope you're all prepped and ready.
Je pensais qu'on allait pas savoir. Je pense que
At the end, you will meet Ms. McGuire, who is the head of the debate partnership,
yeah.
and then the other broadcast and other leaders of the debate partnership and the vice president of the museum.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll leave you to walk.
Bonjour, madame.
Jennifer McGuire, je suis ici.
Plaisir, Madame McGuire.
Le chef de la CBCB. Ça, c'est
Wendy Freeman, CTV News.
Madame Freeman, bonjour.
Joel.
Bonjour, Ward Smith, Global News.
Andrew Lau, Local Station.
Plaisir.
Angie Gento, Toronto Star.
Bonjour Julien, Radio-Canada.
Bonjour, madame.
Plaisir.
Monsieur Blanchet, je suis Marco, le président directeur
Bonjour France, ça va?
Bonjour, madame. C'est un grand plaisir.
Premier de deux.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Merci.
J'ai vu Richard hier, j'étais soulagée.
Bonsoir.
Oui.
Bonjour, bonjour, bonsoir.
Madame l'ambassadrice, bonsoir. Nous le suivons, madame. On va prendre ce micro.
adversaire principal ce soir? Votre adversaire?
Je pense que c'est l'atmosphère de cette élection. Je suis tellement déçue avec l'approche, avec les petites attaques. Pour moi-même, le plus grand défi, c'est pour inspirer les électeurs de Canada avec un message positif. What message do you want to get across this evening? What's the biggest message? This is a referendum on Canada. And if we need to actually face facts and give Canadians confidence that someone has a plan while setting aside partisanship and working together to protect our future. And what does it feel like being the only woman on the stage today? I've been the only woman on the stage for so many years, I can't tell you. I've gotten used to it. One has to remember, okay, I'm the only woman on the stage. That's kind of obvious. So, stay respectful and listen and don't let my voters down. How do you feel about 6 people being on that stage? How much time is it 6 people? 4 more years! 4 more years! 4 more years! My John Taylor, by the way, Mayor, is that Connor for Mission Not Screen? 4 more years! 4 more years! During the debate. 4 more years! 4 more years! 4 more years! 4 more years! 4 more
He was
years!
pulling you away. Thank you. We have a red carpet for you.
No, listen, it's fantastic. This is for all of you, and it's important that you know. That's why this event is here. We wanted to make this into something big.
Do you know Anton Morello know this building? The silk screen that we see as we go down the escalator,
Right.
that's Windy Bay in Waihunnis that was nearly logged that we saved.
We need us to talk about that because you know why? You know, we did the state story that created the debate. Anyway, I'm going to introduce you to
Small world.
other people. We'll talk about that another time.
Hi,
So, you're going to be and I'm going to hand you over.
Jennifer, lovely to see you again.
Welcome.
Good.
My husband, Jennifer.
Jennifer McGuire, I'm the head of CBC News and also the head of this debate partnership.
Yes, yeah.
No, it's quite incredible. And we have the whole
Hi,
partner
Wendy
leadership
Freeman,
group.
CTV News. Nice to see you again. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. No, thank you very much.
My
Nice to see
husband,
you.
John Kidder.
Hi, nice to meet you. Pleasure to meet you.
Hi, I'm Ward Smith with Global News. Very nice to meet you. All the best. Thank you.
John Kidder.
Hi, I'm Audrey Lau from HuffPost Canada. Nice to meet you. Hi.
Sorry, I'm gentle.
Je suis Madame Julien Radio-Canada. Nice to meet you.
Enchantée. Je vais présenter mon mari.
Bonjour, Julien Radio-Canada.
May we
Nice to meet you.
Nice to see you again. Pleasure. Nice to see you.
I was just boasting about New Zealand, which I love.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Yeah, so I was just saying that silk screen there
Congratulations.
of the forest.
Thank you so much.
That's Windy Bay in Haida Gwaii.
That's right.
That was 18 hours away from being clear cut.
Oh.
They put the loggers into triple shifts to try to get the loggers in there before Brian Mulroney and Bill Vandersloot, of all unlikely figures, could save all that. So that's what it is. Anyway, sorry.
Hi, Ms. May. My producer from the Debate Convention. And I want you to introduce yourself. She is your escort and
Oh, you're
ambassador
my
for the whole
ambassador. I saw
Very
ambassador.
nice to meet you.
John is my husband.
So she's your friend for the evening, and we'll take you everywhere.
You go first, and Deborah's already at the bottom.
Because the night before the opening wasn't done yet. And they put out a call for all parliamentarians. Hello. Well, thanks. Thank you.
just starting to tune in.
Exactly.
You know? I mean, there's been, you know, the pre-positioning, but people are really going to sort of take big own.
And it's a chance for undecideds to kind of judge people and pick their leaders. So you're going to meet Jennifer McGuire, of course, who's the head of the partnership, and then the rest. And have a great debate.
Okay.
Thanks. Take care. That's all your work.
Oh, and by the way, the sheet is perfect.
Oh,
so
great.
it's on
Okay, I'll tell
everyone's,
them.
but it's already on everyone's thing.
It is right on the podium. Perfect. Thanks.
We're also happy here. It's going to be great. Distributed like any other one that we've done. So
Exactly.
This is Wendy.
Great to see you. I know Wendy.
Great to see you. Nice to see you.
Mr. Joe, Ward Smith, Global News. Nice to meet you.
It's a treat to be here.
Hi, I'm lovely. Nice to see you. Thank you for coming.
Pour M. Trudeau, M. Julien, Radio-Canada. Bon débat.
See you, Lucy. Nice to see you again. Nice to see you again. Great to have you here. Good. Glad to hear it. Take care.
Hi, Mr. Trudeau. Hi, the News Debate Production. Great to see you. This is Sarah. She's your ambassador for the whole evening. She'll be with me. Study with you. Yeah? Yeah, so.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello, ça va bien ce soir? En forme?
Chair, Jennifer McGuire, Media Production Group. Nice to meet you, and I'm the CTV generally. Come meet our team. This is Wendy Freeman from CTV News.
Good. Do you have a...
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you. I'll be out on the post.
Bonjour de Julien, Radio-Canada. Nice to meet you. Hi, nice to meet you.
Mr. Shearsey of the museum, nice to see you again.
See you again.
Nice to see you. William, welcome to the museum. Nice to meet you. Enjoy your evening.
I'm Mr. Michael Bishop from Debate Production. Good to see you today.
Hi, Kelly.
This is Kelly. She's your ambassador and
Nice to meet you.
Hi. Very nice to meet you. So she'll take you down the escalator and backstage. Probably follow you.
Pas de seringue dans nos institutions fédérales. No syringe in our institutions. Dernier gouvernement, pour l'instant, des seringues dans nos institutions, dans nos institutions fédérales. On n'en veut pas. Il faut s'accélérer de se battre contre ce dangereux et stupide programme. Justin Trudeau!
Mais ce soir, ça va être le sprint.
Votre adversaire principal, votre objectif ce soir?
C'est les partis, tous les autres partis qui sont là, ils font de la politique, traditionnelle et nous, on fait de la politique autrement. Donc pour moi, c'est moi versus tous les autres.
Votre objectif?
L'objectif, c'est de parler de notre plateforme, faire en sorte que les gens connaissent bien notre plateforme. C'est le meilleur moyen de communication que nous avons ce soir.
Est-ce que vous partez sur le dating politique?
Absolument. On a une meilleure idée que les autres partis. Et c'est une bonne idée qu'on va avoir ce soir.
So I'm going to let you go down the red carpet and
Okay.
do the receiving line.
Thank you. Yeah.
Take
Thank
it.
you.
We'll see you later.
ça va? How are you? Enchanté.
Jennifer McGuire, I'm the head of the CBQB and head of CBC News. So welcome.
Yeah, that's a great
Welcome.
day. That will be
Yes,
fun.
yes.
Thank you.
This is Wendy Freeman.
Wendy Freeman, CTV News. Nice to meet you. CTV News, nice to meet you.
Yes.
Howard Smith.
Enchanté. So thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to all Canadians to be able to see all the options and to listen to all the options. So that will be interesting tonight.
Andrew Lau,
Enchanté, Howard Smith.
Merci, enchanté.
Bonjour de Julien, Radio-Canada. Bonjour, Monsieur Bernier. Ça va très bien, merci. Bonjour de Julien, Radio-Canada.
Hey, how are you?
He's your friend this evening. He's your ambassador.
Okay. I have to
Thank
listen
you.
to it.
You got it.
I thought I had to listen to her.
Well, you do as well. Very nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you. So he will take you down the escalator and to the backstage. Okay. Thank you. See you.
can tell you, just because for me, it's day to day work of mine, and to protect the land from the ugly reality that I have to experience and learn from and act on. So today, I, who's just a granddaughter of pollinators, Charles and Claude, myself, a compliant perpetuator of settler colonialism on this land, and I acknowledge that we're on unceded Algonquin territory. That acknowledgement feels so that word, unceded, it means that title hasn't been recorded. It does not mean aliens are gifted. We are not manipulation. We are invaders and we are intransitive. This land has been settled. We settlers have stolen this land, and our colonial government, the government that we're going to be voting for in 14 days, the parties that we will both cheer and year for tonight, this government works to uphold settler colonial supremacy every single day. So make no mistake, no party is innocent, and no leader is perfect. Yes, the People's Party is grotesquely, blatantly racist as fuck. Yes, Andrew Scheer has talked to the fact that for him, consent doesn't mean veto. But we must not forget that the NDP supports protectionist Pacific Northwest LNG terminal because of violent direct affront on the indigenous nations in the Paddlewater project. Nations like the Uniskopi who've been holding this land against who have been holding their land against projects like this. The Liberals were elected on the understanding that they would bring to a pass all water advisories on indigenous lands in 2015. And as of last week, there were still over 100 temporary and long-term drinking water advisories for indigenous communities across this land. And the Greens don't work to combat settler colonial structures either. As settlers participate in this colonial election on land that is stolen, we must internalize the dark reality that the very systems which govern us are harmful. Our political system doesn't allow for meaningful roles for indigenous self-government or acknowledgement of sovereignty. Our capitalist system is predicated on the necessity for perpetual gravity and relies on the Western notion of land ownership and dominance. These systems are responsible for the deaths of millions, not just on Turtle Island, but the world over. And they are why we face climate catastrophe today. It's against these systems that we must fight. So, although we vote, remember that we vote to minimize harm. We vote for the ones that we want to oppose for the next 4 years, and we can't trick ourselves into thinking that these people are our allies. Thanks so much. I'm going to toss it over to Vinny.
Hi everyone, my name is Dee and I am one of the organizers with Archive Ottawa, and thank you so much for coming out tonight. We're here with Archive Ottawa, a national youth-led movement that's trying to make sure climate change is on the agenda this upcoming federal election. We're also working to champion a vision of a green new deal. Who's here ready to talk about the deal? Knocking right on our doorstep. My home country of Vietnam has been suffering from climate catastrophes for years before we even start paying attention. And we also know that incoming equality continues to be an issue. Our DNC continues to raise indigenous territories. And what we need to do is champion a vision of a green new deal that rapidly transitions away from fossil fuels into a low-carbon and especially not the people who are too far away for us to think about. And our time is here today on this heel of a historic moment in this country when it comes to climate action. We've just seen close to 1 million young people walking out of classrooms and their workplaces because they need to see more climate action from our decision makers. Make some noise so we can say on Friday. So what we do today, friends, is to make sure that these federal leaders, some of them have the audacity to walk with us on the climate strike, and tell them that we do not settle for solution that would address income inequality, the violence against indigenous communities, as well as the toxic rhetoric against migrants and refugees. As you might notice, our time has been demanding for climate change. We have been at the doorstep of CDC and the Commissioner for Climate Debate because we know that what doesn't get debated isn't debated. We're sitting here today because they refuse to give us a climate debate, but that doesn't mean we're not going to continue to demand nothing less than a livable future for ourselves and our children. The other exciting thing is that our time has endorsed a sweet Green New Deal champions across Canada. And the same thing is that we want to see these people across party lines getting to, first they already get in office, get to work, making a Green New Deal for Canada. Make sure you support
French and English together.
and you want to know how to continue to support organizing our time, support us, making you take a vote. FCLD to accelerate. So I will be hearing from many very inspiring people, starting with Jocelyn Governor, the Scotland is a medicine by her people, she's from the Treaty Number 6, as well as Cassidy, and she is an incredible activist in the community.
Ouais, je viens de parler. Oui, est-ce qu'on va en parler demain? Oui, il faut être là tout le temps, sans arrêt. Il faut toujours avoir une chose jusqu'à temps qu'on commence. C'est quoi cette petite marde-là? Oh non, Gabriel, depuis le début, c'était le même, là. Hey, je crois que j'ai jamais entendu ça. Va manger. Ben non, Chris, là, va manger, là, puis moi, je vais surveiller la caméra qu'il y a là. Dis-le, Bertrand, dis-le là, qu'il y a quelqu'un en arrière de la caméra. Il y a une chute qui est barrée là. La chute est barrée, puis il y a quelqu'un qui la surveille. Ça va être moi.
Immigrants for 526 years ago, our people informed us through our vision, through the sweat lodges, through the pipes, through the squats. And they told us, they're coming. At the people focus in the circle, you take in the time of people, the people for people, the people focus in the circle. The schema of the focus in the soul. Every time you do it, the skin in it. Many people are all coming to be coming to our land to live at this place. And when they set foot on our land, and they arrive here, and the way in which they greet us, this is how we will know what kind of a journey we will have together as they arrive here. And for our people, extended them. We can original handshake was given to all the nations of man, all over Mother Earth, all over Mother Earth. So the one thing, they extended their hands out to that original handshake. And when they extended that hand out, the immigrants that had arrived here 526 years ago put coins, they put coins on the hands of our wise ones, our Bungo holders. This is how we knew that many of our brothers and sisters who were gifted with their original bundles of their land had forgotten their original instructions and original teachings. And they told us we are going to be in for dire times. But that there would be an opportunity for those individuals to turn things around. And so that we would minimize our way, this third way of man thinking of living and dying, while our now very life is a total life. For the last 526 years, we, the Total Islanders, all we have known is a journey of holistic genocide, a crime against humanity, war crimes and a crime of aggression. And my brothers and sisters, we put out the blood out here to bring attention to what's happening. But you know, as climate change, as climate emergency, climate crisis, we know our spiritual bankruptcy, spiritual disconnection. That's what they face.
shoot à ses doigts. Je me suis avancé dans le jeu.
Natasha, is in our studio audience with a question. Good.
right? That wasn't fair to you. You showed up, you had your seat, and then we had to cover it with the floor. Right there.
Pleased to welcome you to the presentation of the 2019 News Debate. Before the event begins, we'd like to invite you to respect the following rules. Smoking is prohibited in the museum.
Hello, I'm David Johnston. I had the privilege of serving as Governor General for 7 years until 2017. Recently, I was asked to serve again, this time as Commissioner of the newly formed Independent Leaders Debates Commission. Our job at the Commission is to make debates a more predictable, stable, and reliable element of federal election campaigns. When I was asked to take on this new role, I didn't hesitate. I knew I wanted to be involved because this is important. We're blessed to live in this country, Canada, with its long tradition of democratic government. Blessed to have the opportunity to choose the people and the parties who govern us. Blessed to be able to build and reinforce trust in the public institutions like our Parliament, which makes our laws. Elections crystallize this participation, and leaders' debates give us the opportunity to hear from these leaders directly, unedited and unfiltered. The debates permit us to gain a deeper understanding about the issues at hand. Too often, we focus on the things that separate us as Canadians. We are spread apart across a huge landmass. We live in different places. We speak different languages. We come from different backgrounds. And yes, we care about different things. But this is an opportunity for the country to come together to gain an understanding about the issues at hand, what they mean to people across the country. So thank you for being with us today. Thank you for choosing to watch, and thank you for being a part of this important tradition.
I'm Althea Raj from HuffPost Canada, and welcome to the 2019 Leaders Debate. We are here with a live audience in the beautiful Canadian Museum of Nature. History, actually. Whoops. That museum is also very nice. We are next to the Ottawa River, right across the river from Parliament Hill, and all 6 main federal party leaders will be joining us tonight.
Hi, I'm Rosemary Barton from CBC News. We also have people watching right across the country, and we're going to hear from them at each location over the course of the night. They are gathered here at the Halifax Central Library. Library is obviously a good place for learning and debate. We're also at, that's the library, I'll let them catch up. We're also at UBC's Student Union Building in Vancouver. It's nicknamed The Nest, and we've got students there who love politics and care an awful lot about where this country is going. And we're at the Copper House restaurant up in Yellowknife. Hey, Copper House. A small business owned by 2 brothers and a popular gathering place for locals. This debate is also being broadcast in 6 other languages, along with French and English, Plains Cree, Arabic, Cantonese, Italian, Mandarin, and Punjabi.
Good evening. I'm Susan Delacourt from the Toronto Star, and thank you to everybody for coming out. We're going to be tackling 5 major themes tonight during this debate. They were chosen based on more than 8,000 questions Canadians sent to us, the themes that came up most often, as well as with the input of senior editors from the 5 news organizations producing this debate, and who have been watching and covering this campaign. They are Leadership in Canada and the World, Polarization, Human Rights and Immigration, Indigenous Issues, Affordability and Income Security, and the Environment and Energy.
Hello, I'm Lisa Laflamme from CTV News, and while we, the moderators, will be asking our own questions of the leaders during this debate, we also wanted to give Canadians the chance to ask questions tonight. So throughout the whole debate, we will go to people right here in our audience, gathered in the round, as well as those locations that Rosemary mentioned, right across the country, and we're going to let them put their own questions to the leaders. Now, so you know, the leaders have not been given any of the questions in advance. For each segment, there has been a random draw to determine the order of which leader will reply first, everything from when they walk out on stage. It's all been a random draw, just so you know. And a warning, we will be watching the clock tonight, doing our very best to try to keep everyone to time.
And that will be a challenge. Thanks, Lisa. Good evening. I'm Donna Friesen from Global News. The leaders will each have the opportunity to answer questions directly and then to debate each other one-on-one. They'll also get the chance to ask the leader of their choice any question they want on any topic. We're just about ready to get underway. We are going to head backstage now and make room on the stage for the 6 party leaders who will be debating tonight. They'll be out soon, so please stand by.
So, Fred.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the party leaders.
Apologize in advance for being back to you all. We're good?
Hope you enjoyed the debate, everybody. Have a good day.
And you're basically trying to fill everything from the auto cue down? Is that what it is?
Hi, folks. My name's Kevin. I'm the stage manager here this evening. This is going to be a little bit disorganized. We have about 6 minutes, 7 minutes before we start, but this is a show that's on television. So what I'm wondering is if some of you folks in the cheap seats back there would like to come down to the expensive seats down here and help us out. So anybody up in there, please come on down and help us fill these seats. We've got a couple of seats, right? 3 seats in the middle right here, 2 seats over here. Thank you so much, folks. Thank you. We've got 3 seats right down in here, guys. You can go right across. Just let these seats go through. That's great. Thank you. Yeah. We've got a couple of seats down in here, guys. Anywhere along there.
I'm terrified right now. We've been doing for a few weeks, but this is that last stretch. 2 weeks, I think, right? Yep. Where are you from?
Well, I'm from Montreal. I actually live close to your riding. I'm in Outremont, so I think they touch.
We do.
Yeah.
We do. Up near the what street do you like?
I'm on Ave des Pins.
Oh yeah. Okay. So
yeah. So it touches Saint Laurent. So I think most people would know Saint Laurent.
I lived off of.
Although I used to be living in Winnipeg, and I was in Winnipeg South Center. I believe that's Jim Carr's right, actually. Yeah.
wonderful. Okay, I have one more seat available down here. We would love a sponsor. Thank you so much. Everybody that moves gets invited to the director's room for drinks after the show.
I want to know what the treats are, if it's worth it.
Yeah. Okay, actually I have 3 seats down here. Anybody? Come on down, guys. 3 seats right here. And actually 4. I have 4 seats. That one. So 4 seats. There's 4. So 2 here. One over there. And one over there. One over there. Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, we good now? Please say yes. Okay, one more seat. I swear to God, it's going to end soon. One more seat right here. Anybody? Perfect.
I'm starting to realize the whole
Exactly 2 weeks from tonight, Canadians will decide who to invite or invite back to this place, Parliament Hill, the House of Commons. For 27 days, the 6 main party leaders have been traveling the country. making pitches and promises. Tonight, they will defend and deconstruct their ideas live. Liberal leader Justin Trudeau, Conservative leader Andrew Scheer, the NDP's Jagmeet Singh, Elizabeth May of the Green Party, Bloc Québécois leader Yves-François Blanchet, and Maxime Bernier of the People's Party. Their goal, to convince you to give their party your vote. The moderators are 5 of the country's most respected political journalists. The setting is one of Canada's most remarkable institutions, the Museum of History in Gatineau, Quebec. This is The Debate. Here are your leaders.
Welcome to the 2019 Leaders Debate. I'm Lisa Laflamme from CTV News, and I am one of the moderators tonight. Our audience is made up mostly of undecided voters gathered here in the round, so they're right at the heart of this important night. One note, however, we have asked them to hold back their applause throughout the debate so we can keep things moving. And just a couple more things to know before we get started. We're going to tackle 5 major themes tonight based on the questions Canadian voters want asked and debated. There were more than 8,000, so the themes tonight reflect those questions. The leaders will answer them based on an order selected in a random draw. We all want a meaningful debate tonight. Viewers want answers, so the leaders have all agreed to respect the time they are allowed tonight, and believe me, we will all make sure they do. Our first theme is leadership in Canada and the world, and our first question is from Reagan Lee, right here in the audience. Reagan.
Good evening, leaders. Sorry. Many Canadians have felt the implications of a divided world more so than 2015, from U.S. protectionism to Brexit to our growing tensions with China. As Prime Minister, how would you effectively defend both the interests and values of Canadians on the world stage? Thank you.
Reagan, thank you for that. And Mr. Trudeau, you are first to respond tonight. You have 45 seconds.
Thank you, Reagan, for being here tonight. And thank you all for joining us in this important moment to talk about the future of our country and compare and contrast the various plans that we have. We know we live in a very challenging time right now, from protectionism to fear-based politics to the transformative technological change people are facing. We need to make sure that Canadians are equipped and tooled to be able to succeed in an uncertain world, and that's why over the past 4 years, we've invested directly in Canadians, help people be optimistic about their future, have the tools to succeed, and the tools to see their kids succeed. We know the environment is a massive and pressing challenge, and building a stronger economy for the future means protecting the environment for the future as well. These are the things we're going to be talking about tonight.
Mr. Trudeau, thank you for that. Mr. Bernier, your opportunity to respond.
Thank you. We are the People's Party, and we put Canada first. The other leaders on this stage are globalists. They spend your money to buy a seat at the UN Security Council, and also they are giving your money to other countries to fight climate change in Asia and build roads in Africa. The UN is a dysfunctional organization, and we must be able to fight for our country. Actually, we are the only party that will have a foreign policy that is based on our security and prosperity for our country.
Mr. Bernier, thank you. The next opportunity for Mr. Singh to respond.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Thank you very much, Reagan, for your question. I know it's tough to ask questions in front of a big crowd, so thanks for doing that. And thanks to Canada for joining and taking part in this discussion. To me, leadership is about who you're fighting for, the choices you make, and whether you're doing what's right for people. And whether it comes to international affairs, standing up to Trump, making sure we fight to build a better trade agreement that actually put Canadians first. For me, the question really comes down to, Do you have the courage to stand up to the powerful and wealthy interests, the corporations that are having too much influence over Canada? And I've seen so far in Ottawa, whether it's Liberal or Conservative governments, they haven't had the courage to stand up and fight for people. We're different. We're in it for you. I don't work for the rich and powerful. I work for people.
Mr. Singh, thank you. Mr. Scheer, your opportunity to respond.
Well, thank you very much. And of course, I will always stand up for Canada and Canadians' interests and promote free trade and defend our interests all around the world. But Justin Trudeau only pretends to stand up for Canada. You know, he's very good at pretending things. He can't even remember how many times he put blackface on, because the fact of the matter is he's always wearing a mask. He puts on a reconciliation mask and then fires the Attorney General, the first one of Indigenous background. He puts on a feminist mask and then fires 2 strong female MPs for not going along with his corruption. He puts on a middle-class mask and then raises taxes on middle-class Canadians. Mr. Trudeau, you are a phony and you are a fraud, and you do not deserve to govern this country.
There will be an opportunity later during the open debate to defend each other. First of all, Ms. May, if you'd like to answer Regan's question.
I would actually like to answer Regan's question in contrast to what we just heard, but I want to start by acknowledging that we're on the traditional territory of the Algonquin peoples, and to them, miigwech. Canada's role in the world is an enviable one. We have a historic reputation for being an honest broker, for being a country that stands up for multilateralism. We have a commitment as a nation to meet the Sustainable Development Goals, which means our future as a world is built on ending poverty and encouraging the education of women and girls. That's a cornerstone. On top of that, we really need to renegotiate the World Trade Organization and make it an organization that promotes climate action. We need a World Trade and Climate Organization. We need to support the rule of law and human rights around the world because we are world leaders.
Ms. May, thank you. Again, the question, how would you as Prime Minister protect Canadian interests and values on this changing world stage? Mr. Blanchet.
Prime Minister is a bit unlikely. However, first, good evening, everybody, and thank you for having me on behalf of the Bloc Québécois. Having leadership or showing leadership sometimes mean not making mistakes. And arresting the chief financial officer of Huawei might have been a big mistake, for which farmers growing soya or those doing pork or beef might have paid the price. When you're facing a powerful foe like China, you don't try to show biceps if you have only tiny biceps. And this is something that has to be learned. And we would support somebody with real leadership, not making mistakes.
Mr. Blanchet, thank you for that. Continuing with our theme, leadership in Canada and the world, it's now my opportunity to ask a question on behalf of Canadians, again, to a leader chosen by a random draw. So this question is for People's Party leader Maxime Bernier. Every other leader will then have the opportunity to debate him. But Mr. Bernier, you like to tweet, so let me read some of your tweets back to you. You called diversity in Canada a cult and extreme multiculturalism. You've used the words ghetto and tribes to describe newcomers whom you say bring distrust and potential violence. On Greta Thunberg, the 16-year-old climate change activist, you've called her, quote, clearly mentally unstable. Are these the words of someone with the character and integrity to lead all Canadians and represent us on the world stage?
First of all, thanks for the question. You must tell the truth to Canadians if you want to be the leader of this country. And what I'm saying about extreme multiculturalism, it is not the way to build this country. Yes, this country is a diverse country, and we must be proud of that. But we don't need a legislation like the Multiculturalism Act to tell us who we are. We are a diverse country, and we are proud of that. What I'm saying, because it's in line with the immigration, I'm saying that we must have fewer immigrants in this country to be sure for these people to participate in our society. So it is a great country, but it's time to have a discussion about the immigration. We don't want our country to be like other countries in Europe where they have a huge difficulty to integrate their immigrants. And I'm a proud Canadian, and that's why I love this country, and I'm the only leader on this stage who wants to have a discussion about the level of immigration.
So we're definitely going to have a lively debate tonight, because now it is Mr. Singh's opportunity to debate Mr. Bernier on that very question, the temperament required for a good leader.
I mean, Mr. Bernier, after hearing what was just said, you could have just said, hey, man, I messed up. Because those are pretty horrible tweets that you made. And really, for me, I mean, it should come as no surprise to you. I believe a leader is not someone who tries to divide people or to pit people against each other. A true leader is someone who tries to find bridges, bringing people together. That's what a leader does. And a leader works for the people who need help, not helping those at the very top, which we've seen with governments in Ottawa for far too long. They've been working to make life easier for the multi-billionaires. They get massive corporate tax cuts. Billions of dollars go towards them. We see offshore tax havens continue. This is not the way to build a country. The way to build the future is to help out the people that need help.
You won't be able to help Canadians with your socialist policies. It will hurt everybody.
It's not going to help anybody.
It will hurt everybody. It's not the way to build wealth and growth in this country. You must believe in people. You must give back their money in their own pockets.
What you're saying is not helpful.
I'm just going to remind everyone this is a debate, and the viewers do have a difficult time even hearing anything if you're talking over each other. So this is a portion where the leaders can debate Mr. Bernier, and it is now the opportunity of Mr. Scheer to debate Mr. Bernier on the question of leadership.
Well, what Mr. Bernier fails to understand is that you can absolutely be proud of Canada's history. You can be proud of our identity. You can be proud of the things we've done and accomplished in the world, while at the same time welcoming people from all around the world. And that is something that has made Canada strong. People come to Canada because of our freedom to be who we want,
Andrew. You're right. And that's why I want people to come to share our values, our Canadian values.
But, you know,
equality before the law, equality between men and women, the separation of faiths and the religion. So that's important.
You have changed from someone who used to believe in an immigration
system. Let Mr. Scheer ask you the question.
You have gone from someone who used to believe in an immigration system that was fair, orderly, and compassionate, and now you are making your policy based on trying to get likes and retweets from the darkest parts of Twitter. We can be a country that celebrates the contribution from people from all around the world.
I want to celebrate what unites us. I don't want to celebrate every time our diversity.
You can do that
we need to celebrate our history. We need to celebrate who we are, and we're not doing that.
That is the difference between Mr. Bernier and myself on this issue. We believe in making Canada stronger by welcoming people, adding it to our country, and celebrating the things that have made us great as a nation.
Now we're going to hear from Ms. May and Mr. Bernier on the same question.
I understand the question, Lisa. It was also about the characteristics of leadership. So let me just say up front, I think leadership is service. I think the things that make a good prime minister is recognizing that we're public servants. We haven't won some kind of lotto. We don't get to lord it over everybody. We're here as your employee, and we want to work. And I had a little quibble with our introduction tonight saying, who will get invited back? It's not to be invited to go to Parliament. It's to sign up to work and to be of public service. I believe in service leadership. That said, I find the things that Maxime Bernier has said to be completely appalling, and he knows that I feel that way about the things he says in the House. We used to sit together, and generally when he said anything, I'd have to put my head in my hands because it was so horrific.
I appreciate you, but, you know, I don't share your policies. I don't share your socialist policies because, you know, we won't be able to create any wealth with your policies. You have the same kind of policies than socialist countries like Venezuela. That won't create any wealth. Well, you must admit that.
No,
you will spend
$60
billion.
Is the single biggest economic opportunity in a generation or more.
That's not responsible.
And supporting immigration is what we need for this economy.
And I'm supporting immigration.
I'm proud of the fact the European Greens are the only party that is pro-immigration. So are we.
Thank you, Ms. May. Now it is Mr. Blanchette's opportunity to debate with Mr. Bernier.
How many seconds will you leave me before you jump in? Somebody invoking the truth should not be somebody denying climate change. And the use of socialism seems to come a little bit too easy.
I don't deny climate change.
Oh, you made 10 seconds. Immigration,
we were worried they wouldn't pay
immigration
attention.
is not that much a matter of number. It's a matter of resources. We invest in it in order to have those persons welcome, as well in Canada as they are in Quebec, with our desire for them to share our language, to share some of our values. And if we do have enough resources invested in that, this is workable. And you do not do it by saying or sending the message that they are not welcome, either in Canada or Quebec.
Everybody is welcome in this country. And you know, 49% of our population believe that we must have fewer immigrants. They're not racist, they're not radical. So what you are saying, because I'm in line with the majority of our population, that I'm supposed to be a radical?
Did anybody tell
we
you?
have the right in this
Did
country
anybody tell
to
you
debate
that your
ideas, and that's what I'm
were
doing.
immigrants also?
We have the
We
right.
all are immigrants.
Absolutely, and we are proud. We are proud Canadians.
Okay, and the final debate on the subject goes to Mr. Trudeau, to Mr. Bernier. Again, the temperament required for a good leader.
I think it's important to recognize that we're in a world right now where these discussions, this polarization, this fear of the other has become easy currency for politicians who do want to strike up uncertainty in people's hearts and lift those anxieties and try to get people to vote against things.
No.
Unfortunately, Mr. Bernier on this stage is playing that role of trying to make people more fearful about the migrations that are happening in the world, in the opportunities around globalization, and our ability to continue to redefine every single day what it is to be Canadian, what it means to be Canadian. And yes, it will evolve. It will transform itself as we take leadership, as we move forward. And
You
the values
always want
that
to
are Canadian
celebrate.
are
You always
universal
want to celebrate our
values that
diversity.
people around the world
we must
ascribe to.
celebrate our history. We must celebrate who we are. And I'm proud Canadian like you. And you know, we built this country together, and we want this country to be like that in 25 years. We love this country, and it's not because I want to have a discussion about immigration that I'm a radical.
Your
Only
role
6%,
on this stage tonight
only
seems
6%,
to be to say publicly what Mr. Scheer thinks privately.
No. Only 6% of Canadians want more immigration. Only 6%. So when you don't want to have a debate about that, you're not in line with the population. Let's just have an honest debate on that subject.
Okay, and on that, we want to hear from another Canadian tonight. There are obviously so many layers to the issue of leadership. So this question is coming from Susan Fernando, who asks her question from Calgary. Again.
Hi, I'm Susan Fernando in Calgary. More often than not, the provincial governments and federal government are on different wavelengths, no matter what the political party. Cooperation is key when it comes to issues of pensions, workers' rights, to education and health care. As Prime Minister, how would you demonstrate strong leadership when working with the provinces and territories?
Okay, thank you, Susan Fernando from Calgary. Again, based on a random draw, this goes to Mr. Bernier first, and then every other leader will have the chance to answer. Mr. Bernier.
First of all, I will respect the Constitution. I will respect provinces, and that's very important. And I won't interfere in provincial jurisdiction. I won't interfere in healthcare because it is a provincial jurisdiction. And you know, we cannot, in Ottawa, solve the challenges that we're having for healthcare. And what we can do, we can transfer the money to the provinces. And what I will do, I will let provinces being able to deal with healthcare and with education. That's our constitution. We'll transfer the GST, so provinces will have the money to deal with that, and they will be able to answer to your challenges.
Mr. Bernier, thank you. It's now Mr. Singh's opportunity to respond to Susan's question.
Thank you. I want to thank Susan for the question. Really, she's touched on a lot of concerns that Canadians have. Things are getting harder than ever before, and she touched on a whole host of issues, pensions and healthcare. I want to single in on healthcare. To me, that's one of the biggest concerns I hear about when I meet with people across this country. And I think of the people that I meet, you know, the young boy that I met that has a chronic illness and his family has to pay for medication and injections and blood work. And he told me he's not worried about the illness, but he is worried about being a burden to his mom and dad. So that young person, Mr. Trudeau is saying, you know, you're not worth universal pharmacare, that the big pharmacare companies or big pharmaceuticals are more important. I want to say to that young person, with the new Democratic government, we will bring in universal pharmacare for all. You would use your health card, not your credit card for medication.
Mr. Singh, thank you. Mr. Scheer, it's your opportunity now.
Well, Conservatives have always recognized the importance of working with provinces. We respect provincial jurisdiction, but we also understand that it will take federal leadership to get certain things done, like interprovincial free trade, something that Mr. Trudeau has failed to accomplish. But one thing I can promise voters across the country is that premiers won't have to take a Conservative government to court court to fight things like the carbon tax. And Mr. Trudeau has imposed his carbon tax on provinces that don't want to go along with his high-cost scheme. This carbon tax is increasing the cost of everyday essentials like gasoline, home heating, and groceries, and it will only go up after the next election. He is refusing to tell Canadians how high his carbon tax will go if he's re-elected. The Conservative government under my leadership will scrap the carbon tax.
Mr. Scheer, thank you. Ms. May.
Thank you, Susan, for the question. It's very important, and as Greens, cooperation is in our DNA. None of the problems we face are going to be solved if we keep arguing and fighting with each other, whether it's within Parliament, in our different parties, or between the federal government, the provinces, and the territories. The Greens are proposing a reinvigorated form of federalism. Modeled after what has been done in Australia, we want a Council of Canadian Governments. So the federal government, provincial, territorial, municipal and the local orders of government need a seat at the table. So too do Indigenous leadership, First Nations, Métis and Inuit, around the same table, finding common ground on urgent issues like healthcare, on the climate emergency, and working together in the public interest.
Okay, Ms. May, thank you. Mr. Blanchette, your opportunity.
Thank you. If I remember well, I've seen a study today from Mr. Éric Montigny saying that this campaign is not about federal issues, but about provincial and Quebec issues. And this is not a surprise. If you want cooperation with provinces or Quebec, you need to respect the jurisdiction. And something that you have to stop doing, and this is one of the demands of the government of Quebec on many issues, is giving a hand to this, to our money being held hostage by the federal government and giving back to us with conditions. The money that has to be given to provinces in their own fields of jurisdiction should be given back without conditions.
Mr. Blanchette, thank you. Mr. Trudeau, your opportunity now.
In 10 years of Stephen Harper's government, he chose to stop meeting with premiers and first ministers' meetings. And we restarted that when we took office in 2015. We were able to strengthen the CPP for a generation. We were able to sign historic health accords with massive investments in home care and in mental health. We were able to invest in infrastructure like housing and public transit across the country. And we continued to work with provinces on renegotiating a NAFTA that had everyone playing on one Team Canada. But yes, with certain provinces right now, we're fighting on the defining issue of our time because Jason Kenney and Doug Ford and other Conservative premiers don't want to do anything on climate change. And we need a government in Ottawa that is going to fight them and fight for Canadians on climate change, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
We will have the open debate coming up very shortly. We are going to switch gears now, though, and give a leader a chance to ask any other leader a question on any topic they choose. Again, the order of this was chosen by random draw. The first leader this time is NDP leader Jagmeet Singh. Mr. Singh, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. My question is to Mr. Trudeau. You know, you talk often about how Conservatives cut taxes for the wealthy and cut education and healthcare and other services. I agree with you, and I've heard you say this often. So my question is, you criticize Mr. Harper on his climate targets, but you failed to achieve them. You criticize Mr. Harper on the fact that he cut healthcare funding, and you also cut them. You criticize Mr. Harper and Conservatives on giving billions to billionaires and corporations, but you gave $14 billion more. My question is this. Why do you keep letting down the people that voted for you?
First thing we did was cut taxes for the middle class and raise them for the wealthiest 1%. And on climate change, after 10 years of Stephen Harper doing nothing, in just 4 years, we've reached 3/4 of the way to our 2030 targets, which we will meet and surpass. But we know that's not enough. We're going to continue to do more, like planting 2 billion trees, like moving forward on giving money upfront so people can retrofit their homes, on making Canada net zero by 2050. We know how important it is to move forward, and right now, Mr. Scheer has promised that the first thing he would do is rip up the only real plan to fight climate change that Canada has ever had. These are the things we're going to be moving forward on because Canadians expect us to. We lifted 900,000 people out of poverty with our investments in families, with the Canada Child Benefit, and things that actually, Mr. Scheer and Mr. Singh, the NDP voted against. We will continue to invest in families because it's creating jobs and helping people out of poverty, because that's what Canadians expect, and that's what we will continue to do.
Now the leaders have an opportunity to have the open debate on this question. It's for 4 minutes. Mr. Singh, you may begin.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, I mean, we look at the track record of this government, and in reality, Statistics Canada points out in 2017, the wealthiest actually paid less in tax and gained more in wealth. And when we look at one of the biggest problems that we're faced with as a country is offshore tax havens. Now, not only did your finance minister use offshore tax havens, but also the president of the Treasury Board. She also used offshore tax havens. So how can you tell Canadians we don't have the money to fund things like universal pharmacare when your top 2 cabinet ministers don't pay their fair share?
Mr. Scheer, you might remember that, Mr. Singh, you might remember that summer
I'm very different from Mr. Scheer. You got it. I mean,
you look so alike, it's really difficult for me.
There's nothing in common here, man.
We had a huge fight with the wealthiest Canadians and the Conservatives when we closed tax loopholes that Mr. Scheer is going to reopen and give tax breaks worth $50,000 to the wealthiest Canadians. We're going to keep moving forward in a way that invests in Canadians.
Mr. Trudeau, we'll give Mr. Scheer an opportunity to respond.
You called small business owners tax cheats. You called entrepreneurs who have created jobs and opportunities in our society tax sheets, all the while protecting your trust fund and those of your billionaire friends. What we are doing is lowering taxes for all Canadians. We've got a universal tax cut that will lower the first bracket, that will save $850 for the average income couple. We are going to bring in tax credits for kids' sports.
Yes, for sure. What they are doing, they are spending, and
tax cuts are not
everybody
spending.
Here on the
Tax cuts are
stage,
leaving
everybody
money
here
in
on
the
the
pockets of
stage
Canadians.
are spending more money. And you cannot create wealth when the government is spending money. You must have the right policies for the entrepreneur, actually. We want the private sector to be able to invest. The private sector will
That's
create
why we're
wealth.
going to undo his
no,
tax hikes.
you won't balance the budget. Nobody will balance the budget.
His tax hikes.
I cannot understand. You'd like the opportunity.
Thank you. At the beginning of this segment, Mr. Singh pointed out that Mr. Trudeau has not changed the climate targets from those of Mr. Harper. It needs to be said very clearly, and I'm so disappointed because I believed the Liberals in 2015 that they would go with science-based, evidence-based policies. But the target that Mr. Trudeau is saying he will hit by 2030 is a target for losing the fight against climate change because it ignores the science, it ignores the IPCC advice. On this stage tonight, the Green Party is the only party with a plan, Mission Possible, that will actually protect us.
A plan that will destroy the economy. A plan that will destroy the economy.
You know that's not true.
It is
true.
true.
That's not true.
Yours is 38% below 2005.
Our plan is to stay in line with science. Our plan is this.
Which science did you find that
Our plan is in line
target?
with the IPCC report, and it's to keep warming within 1.5 degrees, which you love to say, and it's very important, and I agree with you.
I love to say it.
You do, which is very important, and it's a very important thing.
Because it's about our children's survival, which I love to protect.
To take on the climate crisis that we're in, it's going to require the courage to fight big polluters. It's going to take the courage to stand up to the massive lobbyists that Mr. Trudeau has caved into, and the reason why we continue to pay subsidies to the fossil fuel sector. We would immediately end those subsidies if formed.
The experts are agreed that what a climate plan needs to do is to be ambitious and doable. And of the plans that are forward here on this stage, there is only one plan that the experts have qualified as both ambitious and doable, and that is the plan that we have begun to put in place over the past 4 years.
Last word.
Mr. Trudeau's plan is failing. It is making everything more expensive for hardworking Canadians, and he has granted a massive exemption to the country's largest emitters.
That's not true,
Our plan takes the climate change fight global, recognizing that Canada can do more to fight climate change by exporting our clean technology and helping other countries lower their emissions.
And that
Your plan
concludes,
is failing.
that is all the time we have for the open debate. That concludes this segment. You had an opportunity, you got to jump right in. So thank you all very much for the conclusion of that segment.
Hello, I'm Althea Raj from HuffPost Canada, and the theme of this segment is polarization, human rights, and immigration. And we'll begin with my question to NDP leader Jagmeet Singh. Mr. Singh, I want to ask you about Bill 21. Your campaign is about courage, but you have not shown the courage to fight Quebec's discriminatory law. It bars individuals who, like yourself, wear religious symbols from some provincial employment. If you were Prime Minister, would you stand back and allow another province to discriminate against its citizens? Aren't you, and frankly, the other leaders on the stage, putting your own party's interests in Quebec ahead of your principles and the equality rights of all citizens? You have a minute to answer.
Sure. It's probably pretty obvious to folks that I am obviously against Bill 21. It is something that hurts me, makes me feel sad. I think about all the times I grew up being told that I couldn't do things because of the way I looked. And I think about all the people in Canada that grow up being told they can't achieve more because of their identity or who they are. And I think about the people in Quebec right now that are being told just because they wear a hijab that they can't be a teacher, or if they wear a yarmulke, they can't be a judge. And that's hurtful and it's wrong. And it probably comes as no surprise that I'm opposed to laws that divide people. And what I do every single day when I go to Quebec is I say, hey, I'm here. I'm someone that believes in fighting the climate crisis. I'm someone that believes in firmly and unequivocally the rights of women, the right of women to choose and to build more access to abortion services. I believe firmly in making sure we tackle the powerful corporations that are influencing government and that are not allowing, that are challenging our ability to ensure that we build services that lift up people. I'm doing that every single day.
Thank you. Mr. Scheer, you and Mr. Singh may debate this question.
Well, Mr. Singh, I just want to start off by congratulating you on the way that you have handled so many issues around race and identity. As someone who has been the victim of these types of racist acts in the past, I certainly believe you have handled it with a lot of class, especially as it relates to some of the scandals that have come out during this campaign. I believe it's very important for people to understand that while we will not intervene in this court case as a Conservative government, we do recognize, and the Conservative Party always stands for freedom and equality and individual liberty, and we will make sure that this does. We will not pursue this type of bill at the federal level.
I want to just touch on one of the themes of this discussion is polarization. And while Bill 21 is going to single out people because of the way they look, another thing that's happening in our country right now is that people are being pit against each other. And what's happening is people who can't find a home, can't afford their bills, can't get the medication or health care they need, are being told that it's not the fault of powerful corporations and those who are not paying their fair share, but it's a fault of new Canadians. It's a fault of a 12-year-old refugee or an immigrant who's breaking his back working 12 hours a day. And that's why it's so important for us to tackle economic insecurity if we want to tackle the polarization.
Thank you, Mr. Scheer and Mr. Singh. Ms. May, you may debate Mr. Singh on this question.
Yeah, I want to also echo Andrew's comments because I think that Jagmeet has done, as we all have done through this rather strange period of an election campaign, confronting issues of privilege. And anyone with white skin has privilege. But when we look at Bill 21 in Quebec, I think it challenges all of us. Like the NDP, the Green Party opposes Bill 21. And then we're left with the question of what is the best way for a federal government to protect human rights within Quebec. Quebecers are fighting this out within Quebec. Quebec groups are going to court to say that Bill 21 discriminates. And as that goes forward, we are, frankly, looking at a situation where we don't want to do anything that hurts that debate within Quebec.
I understand. You know, what I want to also just touch on, while Bill 21 is, of course, polarizing, on that point, I know you agree with me on this, that we've got to tackle those, the powerful corporations that are not paying their fair share, and that's part of the reason why people aren't able to earn a good living and part of the reason why people can't find housing or they can't get the medication they need, because those at the top aren't paying their fair share.
It's not even about
we can't build in,
we can't even
build in the services.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. May, thank you.
Right
Ms. May, thank you. Mr. Blanchette, your turn to debate Mr. Singh.
With 70%.
I'll give you more than 10 seconds.
You're nice. With 70% of the population of Quebec supporting the Bill 21 and 70% of the members of Parliament in Quebec supporting Bill 21, it's hardly a polarization issue in Quebec. That's the problem. The problem is that, and in English tonight, it will be quite clear. Everybody here has problems with the very idea of, I will say laïcité because there's no exact translation for that word in English. Everybody has a problem with it, but say in best of cases that they would tolerate it. But Quebec does not need to be told what to do or what not to do about its own value,
Mr. Blanchet,
nor its language,
Mr.
nor
Blanchet,
themselves as a nation.
This is a bill that just says to people, because of the way they look, that they can't do a job.
You
And
know
that's-
this
that's
is
wrong.
not true.
And instead
Madam,
of that,
you know this is not true, and your tweet that said that I said
instead of that,
people,
Mr.
the way
Blanchet,
the
what we
people
should be
look
doing
was wrong.
Mr. Blanchet, instead of what we should be doing is let's protect women's rights. Let's build up
Ressemble.
more
You
protections
speak
for
with French.
a
What
woman's
does
right to choose.
ressemble means in the context I used it?
Let's build up more protections for the LGBTQ community. Let's build up more protections in society to build a society
don't go
where
away
there
from
is
me.
a
Okay, thank
separation
you,
of church and
Mr.
state.
Blanchet. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Trudeau and Mr. Singh can debate this question.
Mr. Singh, you have spoken very eloquently about discrimination and fought against it all your life. And that's why it's so surprising to have heard you say, like every other leader on the stage, that a federal government under you would not intervene in the question of Bill 21 in Quebec. It's a question where, yes, it's awkward politically because, as Mr. Blanchet says, it is very popular. But I am the only one on the stage who has said, yes, a federal government might have to intervene on this because the federal government needs to protect minority rights, needs to protect language rights, needs to protect women's rights, and needs to do that right across the country. You didn't say that you would possibly intervene.
Trudeau,
you didn't even leave the door open, and that's not leadership.
Let's be honest for a second here. Every single day of my life is fighting a bill like Bill 21.
So why
every
won't
single
you
day
fight
of my
it
life
if you form government?
Every single day of my life is challenging people who think that you can't do things because of the way you look. Every single day of my life, I channel the frustrations of people who feel that as well, that many people across our country who are told that they can't achieve what they want because of how they look.
So why
I'm
not
running to become
act
Prime
on
Minister
your
of this country,
convictions
and I'm going to
and
Quebec
leave the
and telling
door
people,
open
I want to be
to
your Prime Minister.
challenging it?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Trudeau, Mr. Singh. Mr. Bernier, your chance to go head-to-head with Mr. Singh.
Yes, about the Bill 21, we must respect the Constitution. And we won't interfere at the federal level. That's the decision from the provincial government. And that's what we must do. But also, Mr. Singh, you said that you didn't want me to be here on the stage to have a discussion with you. So you're for diversity. But what about diversity of opinion? I have the right to have another opinion about immigration. And I don't know why you're not, you're a leader and you must try to have everybody on your side. But are you believing in
Let me
free
answer that
speech?
question.
Are you
I can answer
believing
that
in
question.
free speech only when people are saying things that you want to hear?
You're asking the question, let me answer it. After a couple of minutes of this debate tonight, I think people can clearly see why I didn't think you should deserve a platform. The comments that you're making, the type of things you say, there's one thing to say that you disagree with somebody, that's fine. But when you incite hatred, when you incite division,
No, I don't. It's not
when you
true.
say
You cannot
things
say that.
purposely, you insult a young
I
girl
just want to have a
and
debate.
ask about her mental stability, it shows a lack of judgment. You don't deserve a platform, and I'm happy to challenge you on that because your ideas are hurtful to Canada. I will always work to build unity and bring people together. Unlike you,
Okay, thank you very much. Merci, Monsieur Bernier. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Continuing with our theme of polarization, human rights, and immigration, we have people watching this debate right across the country, including a big crowd at the Student Union building at the University of British Columbia. And our next question comes from Paige McDicken, who joins us from Vancouver. Please go ahead, Paige.
Hi, good evening. Hi, good evening. My name is Paige McDicken, and I'm here tonight at UBC, but I live in Coldstream, British Columbia. My question is along the lines of polarization, and to me, Canada feels more divided than ever before. If diversity is our strength, but division is weakness, how will your leadership seek to provide a unified vision for Canada? And how will you ensure that all voices across the political spectrum are heard and considered? Thank you.
Mr. Singh, you may begin. You have 40 seconds.
Sure. Paige, thank you so much for the question. I appreciate getting a chance to chat with you, and thanks for tuning in. When you talk about the divisions that we have in our country, there are a lot of divisions, and they're growing. And I point to a lot of reasons for it. There's radicalization, there's hateful discourse, there's a climate which allows people to be emboldened. But the other reason why people are being exploited into hating one another is because they're worried about the future. There's a lot of people that can't get the basic things that they need, like housing, like the healthcare they need. And it's really the neglect of federal governments that have brought us to this position. And I think the way we tackle a lot of the polarization is making sure people get the basic things they need, like housing,
Thank
healthcare,
you very much, Mr.
and a good
Singh.
job.
Mr. Scheer, your turn.
Well, it's very important that we understand why Canada is a country of such diversity. And it is because people come from all over the world to take refuge here, to build a better life here. It is because of our freedom. That is the common ground that everyone who has come here, no matter what generation, no matter from what part of the world, can agree on. And it's important that we remember that, promote that, and ensure that people who come here embrace that aspect that makes our country so great. But what is very dangerous is when you have a prime minister like Justin Trudeau who uses legitimate issues like racism and hateful language to demonize anyone who disagrees with him. Calling people un-Canadian for disagreeing with his failure on the border
Thank you very
does
much,
more
Mr.
to create
Scheer.
division.
I'm sorry. Ms. May, your turn.
Thanks, Paige, and hey to UBC. Thank you. I raise my hands to Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territory. We need the kind of leadership that lifts people up, that doesn't make people feel as if politics is rather disgusting and they'd rather not look at it. We have to restore the idea of real democracy, where every citizen has agency and power to work together. Mission Possible for climate action, we call all hands on deck. We're going to need everybody. And to have the kind of democracy that really reflects everyone, we need fair voting. We need to get rid of first past the post, because it creates each political party as rival warring camps, even when the elections are over. We need to get to a healthy democracy.
Ms. May. Mr. Blanchet.
Yes. I believe that democracy grows on information. So, translating votez pour des gens qui vous ressemblent by vote for people who look like you is, at best, dishonest. And may I remind you that in 2011, the exact same phrase was said by Michael Ignatieff, and that in 2015, the exact same sentences were said by Thomas Mulcair. So people may
Thank you very
recognize
much,
themselves.
Mr. Blanchet. I'm
into
sorry,
a
you're
party.
out of time. Mr. Trudeau. It's 40 seconds for each leader.
Oh, it said 45 on my...
I'm sorry. It has moved on to 40, sorry. Everybody has the same time? It's Mr. Trudeau's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige, for your question. It's great to see everyone at UBC, one of my alma maters. It's really important to recognize that, yes, we're in a time of polarization and differences that get highlighted by the kind of debate going on at this stage and in this campaign about how we're moving forward. But the reality is Canadians agree on most things. We want to raise our kids in a world that is getting better for them. We want to be able to pay for their futures. We want to be able to retire in comfort. We want to create opportunities for our neighbors as well. This is something that binds Canadians together right around the country. And the fact that there is a politics of fear and division that is continuing to dominate here underlies what we're actually doing together as a country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Trudeau. Monsieur Bernier.
Speaking about immigration, it is not polarization. Actually, Canada receives more immigrants per capita than any other Western countries, 3 times higher than the US. So we must have a discussion about that. It is the equivalent of 1 Nova Scotia every 3 years, like the population of Nova Scotia every 3 years here in Canada. So, they're all for mass immigration. I'm for a sustainable immigration, and that's why we must have fewer immigrants, a maximum of 150,000 a year, with more economic immigrants for our country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernier. We are moving on to a one-on-one format, followed by an open debate. We start with Conservative leader Andrew Scheer. You may pick any leader of your choice and ask any question of your choosing. You have 30 seconds.
Mr. Trudeau, you broke ethics laws twice. You interfered in an ongoing criminal court proceeding. You shut down parliamentary investigations into your corruption, and you fired the only 2 people in your caucus who were speaking out against what you were trying to do just for telling the truth. Tell me, when did you decide that the rules don't apply to you?
Mr. Scheer, the role of a Prime Minister is to stand up for Canadians' jobs, to stand up for the public interest, and that's what I've done, and that's what I will continue to do every single day. The way I have worked for Canadians is around investing in them, unlike the vision that you're putting forward of giving tax breaks that help people who are making $400,000 a year, $400,000 a year, more than someone making $40,000 a year. You're offering a $50,000 tax break, which is more money than most Canadians earn, to the wealthiest Canadians with your plan. Of course, we don't entirely know your plan because you haven't released your costed platform yet, which I think is a disrespect to every Canadian
Where's your
watching
costed
tonight.
platform?
Our costed platform
Half
came
of
out
it
2 weeks
isn't
ago.
Mr. Scheer, you will have a chance to rebut.
Our platform came out weeks ago, and it is worked with we worked with the parliamentary budget officer, and we have a vision, but it is a different vision than yours because we're choosing to invest in people. You're choosing, just like Doug Ford did, to hide your platform from Canadians and deliver cuts to services and cuts to taxes for the wealthiest.
Mr. Scheer
That's not the way to grow the economy.
rebut, and anybody is free to join in.
You know you're making things up again. Half of your platform isn't even costed. You're making announcements without any details and without any numbers. And
That
you
is
aren't telling
entirely
Canadians
untrue, Mr.
how you're going to pay for
You're
it.
the one who
but
is
we
hiding
know
your
that
platform
taxes
from
will
Canadians.
go up under your government if you are re-elected.
We lowered
and you
taxes
talk about,
for the middle
we started
class
off talking
and
about
raised
your
them on the
corruption
wealthiest 1%,
and your scandal.
and you voted against
looked
that.
Canadians in the eye and you said that the allegations in the Globe and Mail were false. You said Jody Wilson-Raybould
were
never
false.
came to you. You said you never put pressure on her. We now know that those were all lies. You have failed to tell the truth on this
Mr.
corruption
Scheer,
scandal.
the responsibility of any Prime Minister is to stand up for jobs, and what
And
you're
the
saying is
CEO
you wouldn't
the
have done
CEO
it.
The
Mr.
here's
CEO
what we
of
have here.
SNC-Lavalin said he never
Mr.
threatened
Scheer,
jobs
you
or
want to
moving
go on and on, I
the
know.
headquarters.
Let me
You
just
are making
stop
that
you for
up
one quick
again.
sec. What we have here is Mr. Trudeau, Mr. Scheer arguing about who's worse for Canada. Really, we should be. We got to start arguing. We got to start presenting who's going to be best for Canada. And when we think about what Canadians are going through, Mr. Scheer, your small tax cuts are not going to help a family that's struggling with the cost of childcare, which costs thousands of dollars a month. Your small tax cuts aren't going to help out a family that's struggling with the cost of medication that can cost hundreds of dollars a month.
Canadians are struggling to get by, and we're going to put more money in their
pocket. To make sure we save families
with
money.
the universal
Let me
tax
finish
cut.
my point here. We're going to save families money by investing in Pharmacare for All, which is going to save families over $500 a month.
Pharmacare
We're going to
is
invest in
provincial
childcare.
jurisdiction,
We're going to invest in
It's a provincial
childcare. Let me finish my
jurisdiction.
point here. We're going to invest in childcare, which is going to save families thousands of dollars a month. And we're going to make sure that those families that earn less than $70,000 get Dentacare. That's going to save families at least $1,240 a month.
Our tax dumping.
Where will you find the money? Where will you find the money?
This is a conservative spin. Where we're going to find the money is this.
Yeah.
We're going to ask the
In our
wealthiest
pockets.
Canadians, those who have wealth of over $20 million, those who have fortunes of over $20 million, we're going to ask them to pay a little bit more. Yes, we think they should. That's only going to apply to
what's fascinating
a small
about
number
this,
of families.
Jackie, you know
we're
what's
going to make sure they do
fascinating
it.
about that proposal, because we have the same proposal in our budget. When the Parliamentary Budget Office reviews them, guess what they find is the single biggest uncertainty when we go for revenues from the wealthiest? They're worried that they'll hire lawyers and avoid paying that tax. If you go look at the Parliamentary Budget Office reviews, people said, oh, well, the Green Party is proposing to spend a lot of money. Yes, on pharmacare. Yes, on childcare. Abolishing tuition. And the weakness, they say, in our revenue sources is that wealthy Canadians will continue to hire lawyers and evade their taxes. I think that's shocking. And I think we need to say to people, this is the most beautiful, blessed country on earth. And if you have wealth, you have obligation, you have responsibility.
If I
Pay
may,
your taxes.
Yes,
for
sure.
I seem to remember.
Everyone's got to contribute their fair share. Makes sense.
I seem to remember that Mr. Scheer referred to the SNC-Lavalin scandal. And I want to speak for 3,400 innocent people that did nothing wrong. When Mr. Trudeau tried to find a solution, he did it the wrong way, and he admitted it. What you are doing, Mr. Scheer, is playing this old card. You're trading the idea that Quebec is corrupt.
No, that is
Those
not
3,400 people have done nothing wrong. Now the value of the shares are going down. The employees are leaving. The clients are leaving.
Mr. Blanchet, with all due respect,
losing it all
with all due
because
respect,
of you.
there is never an excuse for a prime minister to interfere in an independent court
but I was
case.
talking
We
to
do
you, by
not
the way.
want to live in a country where someone can abuse the power of their office to reward their friends and punish their enemies.
And
It
those
is
people have to pay
essential
the
that
price
we
for that.
preserve the
Innocent people pay the price for that.
I just want to add, Andrew, that I was the only leader who said no corporation is above the law. I was the only one who said that.
That's not true.
I think I said that too, Max.
Yeah,
It may be the only thing on which we agree, that no corporation is above the law, and we
Good.
need an inquiry into what went
it's a nice beginning.
on the SNC
What a
level
wonderful
ethics.
show of unanimity on this wonderful topic. And that wraps up this topic and this segment. Thank you very much.
I'm Susan Delacourt from the Toronto Star. Welcome, leaders. I'm moderator for the next theme, which will be Indigenous issues. We're going to begin this segment, which was also chosen by random draw, with my question to Conservative leader Andrew Scheer. So here it is. Mr. Scheer, you've said that a Conservative government would focus on practical things in its relationship with Canada's Indigenous people. As you pursue your promised energy corridor, practically speaking, how will you consult, accommodate, and obtain consent from Indigenous peoples? And what will you do when your plans come into conflict with Indigenous rights and interests?
Well, thank you very much for the question. And as someone who has 12 First Nations reserves in his riding, I understand the importance of balancing treaty rights and also the ability for Indigenous Canadians to participate in the economy. And that really is the key. And what I have said is that a Conservative government will ensure that the proposal for the National Energy Corridor takes into account Indigenous concerns by ensuring that a cabinet minister is responsible specifically for Indigenous consultations. And unlike the court ruling that found that the current government mishandled the consultations under the TMX pipeline, we will ensure that it is dynamic, that it is more than just ticking a box and listening to concerns. It's actually addressing those concerns. But we have to remember that we have to get to a place in this country where big things can get built again. And duty to consult means that concerns are heard and addressed, but that also that we find a path to letting things get built in this country.
Ms. May, you have...
Thank you. I am appalled by the fact that Mr. Scheer has forgotten that there was a duty to consult on the Harper government as well, and that they also violated in the findings of the court identical to Trans Mountain on the case of Enbridge. It's the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples needs to come into force of law in this country. I know you oppose it because of the debate we had at Maclean's. But the reality of it is Section 35 of the Constitution already requires consultation, and it does not boil down to we will consult with Indigenous people until we get them to agree with us.
No, but it also means that we have
respect,
to find a way to get
nation
to
of
a yes.
Indigenous territorial rights that are inherent.
So what does free, prior, and informed consent mean for every single Indigenous community?
It means
what about the dozens
free,
and
prior,
dozens of Indigenous communities who want these projects to go ahead?
Why are you prepared to set aside the decision of the Human Rights Tribunal, to fight it in court, just as Mr. Trudeau is, when they actually found, as a matter of fact, that our government committed acts that were reckless and willful in the violation of the rights of Indigenous children?
There are dozens of Indigenous communities who want these projects to go ahead because they know that is the key to prosperity on their reserve. They know that is the way for them, for their young people to get jobs.
Territorial rights are inherently
and others cannot define what free, prior, and informed consent.
I don't want to argue over
Thank you.
I'll let you talk. But
Mr. Blanchet, it is now your turn.
You say, Mr. Scheer, that you want to respect provinces and Quebec jurisdiction. But when it comes to this pipeline of yours and this, corridor énergétique, which translation, in English is pipeline, you don't fear the idea of expropriating territories belonging to provinces and saying the Constitution, yours, not mine, the Constitution says that I have the right to go through provinces, through Quebec, without their approval. And may I remind you that Quebecers and the Prime Minister of Quebec said clearly that he does not want it.
So that's completely false. What we're talking about here is addressing the environmental concerns and the Indigenous concerns up front, getting that out of the way so that there can be a geographic space where big projects can get built again, including Quebec sharing its hydroelectrical energy.
Now it belongs to Quebec, and then it would not belong to Quebec.
We're talking about the regulatory environment around it. And you know as well as I do that Quebecers purchase a huge percentage of their energy from the United United States. I've made my choice. I believe Quebecers should get
And you've said
energy
weird things
de
saying
chez
that
nous,
Quebec buys
not
oil
buying
from
energy,
Saudi
not
Arabia,
buying
which
oil
is
from the
entirely
United States.
false.
I've made my choice, Mr. Blanchet.
You have done, and Quebec will make his.
Mr. Bernier, I remind you that this is about how will we respect Indigenous rights. Mr. Trudeau, sorry.
Thank you. We all remember 10 years of Stephen Harper, who did not respect Indigenous rights, did not respect Indigenous peoples. And Mr. Scheer, you're putting forward exactly the same plan that didn't just fail Indigenous peoples, didn't just fail Indigenous communities and their kids, but they also failed to get important energy projects built. We need to keep moving forward in a way that respects Indigenous peoples, respects that there's going to be a range of views, but is grounded in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples that you have consistently blocked through your party's actions. That is not respect for Indigenous peoples. Perry Bellegarde, the Grand Chief of the head of the Assembly of First Nations, has said that no government has done more for Indigenous peoples than this government, and he's one of your constituents, Mr. Scheer.
That's right. He comes from Little Black Bear in
He'd love
my
to talk
riding.
to you.
He's got my phone number.
Give you a phone call sometimes.
I have nothing to learn from Mr. Trudeau, who fired the first Indigenous Attorney General for doing her job. She said that she would do politics differently, and you fired her when she did. And you want to talk about getting pipelines built? You've canceled 2 pipelines, and the one you bought, you can't build. You've let tens of thousands of people in Alberta and Saskatchewan down, and you have failed to recognize that Indigenous communities are hurt by this as well.
I am accepting the fact that I'm going to be attacked for not building pipelines from some and for building pipelines for others.
Not getting anything
and the balance we need to take
I think we'll be talking about
this
this more.
for the public.
You're doing nothing.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Scheer, you said that you're ready for building pipelines all across this country by the private sector. But at the same time, you said, Quebecers are ready to buy oil and gas from Canada. I agree with that. I agree that Quebecers know that it's safer to transport oil and gas by pipelines than by trains. But at the same time, the Quebec government said that there's no social acceptability for a pipeline in Quebec. What will be your position on that? Do you think that you'll be able to use the Constitution? Because after consultation, if we don't have any agreement, we must be able to use the Constitution, Section 9210, to be able to build a pipeline. When you do that, the federal government will have the full authority, the full jurisdiction to approve pipeline. But what you're saying, you're for pipelines, but you don't have the courage to use the Constitution to be sure that we'll have pipelines in this country for the unity of our country and the prosperity of our country.
That's just not the case at all. I've always said that the federal government must stand up for federal jurisdiction. We respect provincial jurisdiction. And when you've got the best idea, I am convinced that I can get support for this project because
you don't
Quebecers
have the support
prefer
in Quebec.
Canadian
you don't have the support
energy.
in BC.
Quebecers know that it's better to take energy from Western Canada than the tanker after tanker of foreign oil coming up the St. Lawrence or oil and gas coming from Donald Trump's economy. I know Quebecers will support this project because it will also allow them to share their hydroelectrical power with other provinces as well.
Mr. Singh.
I want to talk about a recent decision. The Human Rights Tribunal of Canada found that the Harper government and Mr. Trudeau's government willfully and recklessly discriminated against Indigenous kids. These are kids that weren't getting equal funding.
Yep.
And then there was a landmark decision that said these kids should get equal funding, and it was received as finally some justice for those kids. And then Mr. Trudeau is now, and his government are going to appeal that decision. He wanted to fight hard to keep SNC-Lavalin out of the courts, but he's going to drag Indigenous kids to court. That is wrong. How could someone do that? How could someone do that?
This decision will have massive, huge ramifications for several aspects of the way the federal government provides services to Indigenous Canadians. It also is a very large, significant settlement amount, and I believe that when you're dealing with these types of important public policy issues, that it is legitimate to say that it should be reviewed have a judicial review.
I disagree, of course, but I want to talk about one other issue. We're talking about Indigenous issues. I went to Grassy Narrows again just recently. We've got a community impacted by mercury poisoning, and Indigenous activists went to a private fundraiser where Mr. Trudeau mocked that Indigenous activist, saying, "Thank you for your donation," to someone living with mercury poisoning.
Because he's a fraud.
What kind of prime minister does that?
I wish I had that answer, but one that doesn't deserve to be reelected.
That's time for this section of the debate. The open debate is over, but we continue on our theme of Indigenous affairs. We have a question from an audience member here in Gatineau, Natasha Beatty. Go ahead, Natasha.
Good evening. As a member of Beausoleil First Nation, my question is this. If elected, how would your parties work with provinces and territories on recognizing and affirming Indigenous rights, specifically noting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action, and the calls for justice in the recent missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls inquiry? Miigwech.
The leaders will all have a chance to answer this question. Thank you, Natasha. Starting with Mr. Scheer.
Well, thank you very much for the question. Of course, there's a lot there for just 40 seconds. There are many areas in the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women report that Conservatives have been calling for quite a while, including combating human trafficking, something that is very important. Also, we support preserving Indigenous languages by ensuring that the federal government does what it can to prevent some of the languages that are at risk of being lost to preserve them. When we're talking about the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, we need to remember that when you talk about free, prior, and informed consent, that leaves a great deal of uncertainty about what that means. And there are large numbers of Indigenous communities who want these energy projects to succeed, and we need certainty and clarity around that.
All right, we will now go to Ms. May.
Natasha Miigwech. It's an extremely important question, and Greens across the country are united in this. We will honor the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. It must be brought into law in this country, and our existing web of laws and regulations, which were properly described by the Inquiry on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women as constituting structural violence, must be reviewed and brought up to the standard of the United Nations Declaration. We must bring in the recommendations of the Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls and the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. It's not a short-term project. It is on us as settler Canadians to bring justice.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Yes, we also support the Declaration of the United Nations on the Rights of Indigenous People. I do believe, and I've spent the most beautiful moments of this campaign with people from the First Nations. They are nations, as well as Canada is a nation and Quebec is a nation. And a nation does not put its culture, its language, its heritage in the hands of another nation. So what they ask for, and they have to ask because we are not, we are no better than they are to represent themselves, is that all those reports and inquiries and declarations bring something real and respectful for them.
Mr. Trudeau.
Thank you, Natasha, for your question. We have moved forward on reconciliation in ways that no previous government has been able to, but I am the first to recognize there's much more to do. We lifted 87 long-term boil water advisories, and we are on track to lifting the 50 more, but we're continuing to invest in communities. On the issue of child and family services, we recognize the tribunal's ruling that says that children need to be compensated, and we will be compensating them. But we've also moved forward to end the tragedies by moving forward on legislation that keeps kids in care in their communities with their language, with their culture. We also want to move forward with Grassy Narrows with the community on a treatment center, and money is not the objection to investing in what they need in that treatment center.
Thank you, Ms. Bernier.
No other leader is ready to build a new relationship with our First Nation. They all support the status quo. But the system is broken. We still have extreme poverty on reserve. We need a bold reform, and we are the only party that will try to implement property rights on reserve and also establish a new relationship based on self-reliance for these communities. We need to build a new system, working with them, but that's not what they want, because we cannot fix the system right now if we don't do a bold reform, and we are ready for that.
Mr. Singh.
Thank you so much for your question. Really, it's a matter of respect and dignity. All of the issues that you've raised come down to that basic question of respect and dignity. And one of the first things we would do, we wouldn't take Indigenous kids to court and challenge a decision that says they were willfully and recklessly discriminated against. We wouldn't do that. We would immediately address issues of justice. That means implementing all the recommendations from the reports that are so powerful and have a guideline towards solving the problems. We'd make sure there's clean drinking water. I don't accept any excuses why we can't in 2019. We'd make sure that we implement clean housing, good quality housing, and education and welfare services. We can do these things.
Thank you. So now we have time for another leader-to-leader debate on any topic. Leading this one off will be Green Party leader Elizabeth May. Elizabeth May, you have, I believe, 1 minute.
Thank you, Susan. And my question is to Justin Trudeau. Picking up from this very fractured discussion on Indigenous issues, but let's face it, right now, Indigenous peoples, the Assembly of First Nation, are telling us their #1 concern is the climate emergency. And we need to focus on real solutions. It's not good enough to have better rhetoric than Mr. Scheer. And with all respect to Mr. Singh, it's not about rhetoric. It's about a target that's grounded in science. And to do that, we need 60% reductions by 2030. Not Mr. Singh's 38, not your 30. Will you, Mr. Trudeau, join with all of us in an inner cabinet that gets rid of the partisanship and says, after this election, we move to protect our children's future together?
Mr. Trudeau, your answer.
We recognize that targets are important, and we're going to be surpassing the targets we inherited. But targets are not a plan. We have a real plan that has delivered over the past 4 years by on our way to banning single-use plastics, on putting a price on pollution right across the country in a way that returns money to Canadians, that actually makes, unlike what Mr. Scheer is saying, most Canadians better off, 80% of Canadians better off with a price on pollution than they will be when he rips up our climate change if he were to form government after this election. We will continue to do the things that need to be done and bring Canadians along with it. Our plan is realistic and ambitious and doable, and that is what Canadians need, because the danger of not acting on the environment is tremendous. The danger of not having a plan for our future, either the environment or the economy, is going to be borne by our kids.
Ms. May, you may now begin open debate. There is 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
The science is clear. Your target is a commitment to failure. That's why it's so doable and achievable, because it doesn't do what the IPCC says we must do. We must go off fossil fuels as quickly as possible. And you bought a pipeline. You can't be a climate leader and spend $10 to $13 billion more on a project that by itself blows through our carbon budget.
Okay.
We have to actually
a slogan is not a plan.
No, we have a plan.
A slogan is not a plan. It is an unrealizable plan. Canadians need that action that is going to actually make us better, fight climate change, protect the environment, and build a stronger economy for our kids. That's what we have done more over the past 4 years than any government in the history of Canada. And there is much more to do. There is much more to do.
No one remembers Paul Martin's plan in 2005. It was better. But the reality is, if you have
over the past 4 years, we delivered on it.
If you have a fire in a 4-story building, getting a 1-story ladder doesn't do it.
That is completely false. And just because you say something over and over and over again doesn't make it true. There's no
nice for you to learn that, Mr. Scheer.
There's no Canadian that believes that they're going to be better off by paying a carbon tax. You have given a massive exemption to the country's largest polluters, and your plan is already
the experts,
failing.
the parliamentary budget officer points out 80% of Canadians are better off under
he had to trust the numbers you gave him. Nobody
incentive.
believes your numbers, Justin, because you
do
have
not
misled
want to act
Canadians.
on climate change, Mr. Scheer.
You
were doing nothing. You are reversing the only plan we ever had.
You promised to balance your budget this year.
Go back to one at a time.
But life is getting more expensive.
Mr. Singh and then Mr. Vernier.
I want to say this directly to Canadians. You do not need to choose between Mr. Delay and Mr. Deny. There is another option. There is another option out there. We are committed to a real plan that's going to take on the biggest polluters. It's going to take on the powerful interests, because that's what we need to do. If we want to build a better future,
what is your target?
It's going to mean taking on the powerful. That means we're going to have to cut our emissions by more than half.
But you need to have a plan that is rooted in a target that saves our kids' futures.
It means we're going to have to reduce our emissions by more than half.
I just wanted to add, I think it's important. It's important right now. People must know that. People must know that Mr. Scheer and Mr. Trudeau, you're the same on climate change. You want to impose a carbon tax on Canadians, and you want to impose more costly regulation on
I think that's the most offensive thing you've said all night, Max, that we're the same on climate change.
You want to impose also a big tax on the big emitters. So you're the same on climate change, and you won't be able to achieve your targets.
Seconds with Mrs. May, please. I think you and I have to find some common grounds when we get into that House of Commons.
I don't think it will be on GNL Quebec and the fact that you're supporting a project that blows through more of the carbon budget against the will of many Quebecers and threatens the St. Lawrence River.
This is not what I had in mind, and I've provided answers to that. I think the goal should be down to almost nothing.
Yes.
Not 13, not 16, not almost nothing. And what do you think about this idea of an equalization based on gas emissions? Those who are over the average emissions of Canada pay, and those who are under the average emissions get the money. The incentive is for both parts.
What we have to do is work together, and with all due respect, that was the question I asked Mr. Trudeau. Are any of you prepared to accept the notion of changing status quo decision-making so we form an internal cabinet?
My only requirement
the principle of that.
My only requirement is that I would not work with conservatives.
That is good.
Okay, that's all.
Does not help.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's all the time we have. That concludes this round. Thank you very much, and on to the next one.
Hello, I'm Donna Friesen from Global News, and I'm moderating this segment on affordability and income security. Before I begin, I just want to say you've all been very vigorous in your debate. Some of your comments have gone a little long, so we're going to have to trim a bit in terms of time, but we will make sure that we keep those trims fair and equal. So on this topic, Ms. May, I have a question to you. Canadians are carrying $2 trillion of household debt. That means the average Canadian owes about $1.79 for every dollar of income he or she earns per year after taxes. It's never been this high. We are borrowing to live, something my parents told me was a terrible idea. You have made a bold promise to balance the federal budget in 5 years. How do you do that without causing more financial pain for Canadians and putting people further into debt? And what's the single biggest thing in your policies, in your platform, that will reduce household debt?
Thank you for the question, and I'm very pleased that we are the party standing on stage today that has a full platform, has the budget numbers publicly accessible, and approved as a budget that passes muster by Kevin Page and the Institute for Fiscal Studies and Democracy. The way to bring more public service, to bring more help to Canadians, childcare, banning tuition, investing in post-secondary education, pharmacare, dental programs for low-income Canadians, all things that make life more affordable, is not to have cuts, but to go after places where there is revenue, offshore money that's being hidden, a financial transaction tax, going after 1% tax on people who have more than $20 million in wealth, and a series of moves to increase the revenue coming into the Government of Canada. Now, that is all, of course, based on the current economic situation. If we hit a recession, we would not slavishly or ideologically balance the books. But right now, we think we'll have a balanced budget in 5 years.
Mr. Blanchette, your opportunity to debate Ms. May on this topic.
It is really a bad idea to borrow to live. It is a no better idea to cut too strongly into services to people that mainly need it.
Right.
What about the idea of cutting all subsidies to oil, as we propose to do, and with bringing a law on the floor about that? How about this idea we have to discuss green equalization, which brings money to the government? How about cutting into those foreign tax shelters, including the 2 new ones created by Mr. Trudeau? And what about taxing and preserving taxes from those giants on the web that steal the money from our advertising companies?
D'accord. In our platform, we call for taxes on the e-commerce companies, the virtuals, the Amazons and the Googles and the Facebook that mine billions of dollars out of this country and pay virtually no tax. We agree with you. We have to cut all fossil fuel subsidies. As a matter of fact, that was a promise made by Mr. Harper in 2009, by Mr. Trudeau in 2015, but they've increased because we're subsidizing LNG, which I'd like to hear you answer where you are on JNL Quebec. We need to get rid of fossil fuels, and right now we're still giving public funds.
I was
to
the minister
pipelines.
responsible for the back.
I'm going to move you on. I'm sorry. Mr. Trudeau, your chance to debate Ms. May on household debt.
We made a very different decision than Stephen Harper had in the previous 10 years when we decided to invest in Canadians instead. And that decision to invest in the middle class and people working hard to join it lifted 900,000 people out of poverty, including 300,000 kids. We gave more support for students going to school. We made more supports for seniors. And what that has done is actually grown our economy. More than 1 million new jobs created, most of them full-time over the past 4 years, at the same time as we have reduced poverty, exceeding any targets that we had even set forward. We've done that in a way that is responsible. The international credit rating agencies
with 8 seconds
have
left for me.
given
Ms. May,
us
Ms. May,
a triple A rating.
Let's give the floor to Ms. May.
Yeah, the concern I have about all these debates, by the way, and I'm sure a number of other leaders on stage share it, we don't have any section on health costs or health care in the course of 2 debates. So I want to turn this to the affordability issue and how much more affordable life will be for Canadians with full, universal, single-payer pharmacare. It's in our platform. It's partially in yours. It's in Mr. Singh's.
We've actually taken concrete actions towards that.
Well,
lowering drug prices, lowering
lowering
prices
for... Are you prepared to accept Eric
rare
Hoskins'
diseases?
recommendation for universal, single-payer health care?
I'm afraid time's up for you. Mr. Bernier, your chance to debate Ms. May on household debt.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at your platform, Elizabeth, and you will spend $60 billion. Spending won't create any wealth. You cannot spend your way to prosperity. We need to have more private sector investment.
Yeah.
And at the end, you know that our national credit card is full. We still have deficit. And Mr. Trudeau just had $70 billion on our debt, and you'll have another $60 billion on our debt. It is not responsible. Our children will have to pay for that.
But you have your famous private sector having got massive tax cuts when you were in Mr. Harper's cabinet, based on being told these were the job creators and it would be great when they got tax cuts. They have not invested in the economy. They're sitting on piles of cash. Mark Carney calls it the dead money. We need to get that money and do public sector infrastructure investments like a national grid that will bring renewable energy from one part of the country to the other. No pipelines, by the way, but we need an electricity grid that serves the needs of every province and every Canadian.
Yeah, what I like from you, Elizabeth, you don't want any subsidies to the oil and gas industry. And I don't believe in corporate subsidies also in corporate welfare. So we can agree on that.
All right, let's move on to Mr. Singh. Your opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. May. I actually really appreciate that you wanted to shift the discussion towards healthcare. I think it's one of the biggest concerns that families have. When we look at Canadians across this country, they can't get the medication they need, they can't get the dental care they need, and they're struggling. I met a woman in my office in Burnaby who was covering up her mouth because she was embarrassed that she had lost her teeth because she couldn't get the care she needed. And that to me is heartbreaking in a country as wealthy as ours. And I know, Ms. May, you're prepared to do this, but the problem is Mr. Trudeau does not have the courage to take on the insurance and the pharmaceutical lobbyists that don't want this to happen. I'm going to make it happen. If you vote New Democrats, we're going to make sure we make these things happen because we don't work for the powerful and wealthy. We don't meet with pharmaceutical companies and then listen to them. We work for you. We work for Canadians. We're going to deliver on these things.
We have to have it. I hope you'll agree with me that we need to renegotiate a new health accord. It's been left alone for too long. We need to get back at the table. The constituents in my riding, I just did 8 debates with the local candidates in my riding. By the way, all of you guys can be proud, except for you, Mr. Blanchet. All of you can be proud of the candidates you have running locally because I've been in 8 debates with them in the last week. But one thing we heard from every constituent in every town hall meeting is we are suffering from a lack of family doctors. We need an investment in our health care. The wheels are falling off the bus, and
Mr.
we
Trudeau
need to invest.
Mr. Trudeau has continued the same cuts brought in by the
Mr. Scheer, your opportunity.
Well, the question was about affordability
and household debt.
And household debt. And the entire theme of our platform is leaving more money in the pockets of Canadians so that they can get ahead. It's time for Canadians to have a break. Our universal tax cut will mean $850 in the pocket of a hardworking average income Canadian. We're going to bring back the children's fitness tax credit to make raising children more affordable. We're going to bring back the green public transit tax credit to make taking the bus or the train more affordable as well. We're going to help fight climate change by bringing in the green home renovation tax credit, which will put money in the pockets of Canadians and help lower emissions. And we're going to pay for that.
I'll just finish. It'll cause them to go through the roof.
The way we're going to pay for those is by cutting corporate welfare and reducing Canada's foreign aid budget by 25%. So we're going to stop sending money to the relatively well-off countries. We're going to bring that money back home so that Canadians can get ahead.
Mr. Scheer, that may be the worst idea in your whole non-platform, is the cutting of foreign aid. I wear this little pin. This is the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, to which this country is committed. Ending poverty within the next decade, within Canada and globally, is actually possible, but not if we ever had the misfortune of having your
I believe we should take that money and bring it back home so that Canadians
greedy
can
and
get
selfish
ahead.
policies.
It's not greedy to put money in the pockets of Canadians, Ms. May.
We're
I fundamentally disagree with you.
We're going to stop you there.
It destabilizes the world, what you're proposing.
Italy,
We're going to stop you there so that we can hear
Mexico.
from another Canadian, please. On the theme of affordability, one of the many places Canadians are watching tonight is in Yellowknife, Northwest Territories. Here's the scene at the Copper House restaurant. And earlier we heard a question on affordability from Scott Marsden.
Hi, my name is Scott Marsden from Yellowknife. My question is, what is your government going to do about the growing crisis of income inequality and affordability in Canada?
Ms. May, first to you.
I've been in that restaurant. Hello, Yellowknife. Good to see you again. Look, we must act for income equality. We need to look at the fact that over the years, the gap between the various wealthiest Canadians and the average Canadian is continuing to expand. We're calling for a tax commission. We haven't had a proper tax commission since the 1960s to examine our tax code, to see if it's still progressive, to find out if all these corporate boutique tax cuts that have piled up over one after the other after successive governments is taking money away from those Canadians who need it most and allowing those who really have massive income to continue, as many Auditor Generals have found, to be treated by Canadian Revenue Agency as if they have special status and don't have to pay their taxes.
Ms. May, thank you. Mr. Blanchet.
First, I must say that if saying untrue things at the end of time is your way to do things, collaboration might be done already. However, about the issue, if federal government was to respect jurisdiction of provinces, it would take less time. It would cost less money, and provinces and Quebec could do what they have to do about health care, bring the money that is owed to Quebec and provinces. This is what has to be done. Lodging, the money should be given to provinces and Quebec because it is mostly, if not only, their jurisdiction. That helps people.
Mr. Trudeau, to you. The question is about income inequality and what you would do.
We recognize that we need to help people more directly. That's why the first thing we did was lower taxes for the middle class and raise them on the wealthiest 1%. We're moving again forward with a tax break for low and middle income Canadians and nothing for the wealthiest, unlike Mr. Scheer's universal tax credit. We're also moving forward by increasing the Canada Child Benefit, which has lifted hundreds of thousands of families out of poverty by 15% for kids under 1. We're increasing the old age security for seniors over 75. We're making sure that students have an easier time paying back their student debts by not having to pay back until they're making $35,000 a year. We're investing in Canadians.
Mr. Trudeau, thank you. Mr. Bernier, your turn.
First of all, I think it is important to be able to have a discussion about what is important for Canadians. We are the only party that will balance the budget in 2 years. All the other parties on the stage will spend and spend and spend. That is not a solution. The credit card is full. But we will do that without cutting services. We will cut corporate welfare, all the corporate welfare, $5 billion that we can save there. All these political parties, the only promise that they do everything to get your vote. I promise you to do nothing except balancing the budget, and after that, lower your taxes. That's the only responsible policy.
Mr. Bernier, thanks. Mr. Singh, to you.
I want to thank Scott for the question. Income inequality is massive. There's also massive wealth inequality. And these are not just esoteric academic discussions. When those at the very top do not pay their fair share, when 87 families in Canada have the combined wealth of 3 provinces, it hurts families. It means we don't have the funds to invest in healthcare. It means we don't have the money to invest in things like dental care. So while Mr. Trudeau likes to talk a nice game, and I admit he says nice words, but what he's done is he's given $14 billion to the richest corporations to buy private jets and limousines in the last fall economic statement. We would instead invest in people, ask the super wealthy to pay their fair share, and invest in programs to relieve the costs on families.
Mr. Singh, thank you. Mr. Scheer, your turn on income inequality.
Well, actually, Mr. Trudeau has his facts wrong again. Our universal tax cut drastically is much better for middle-income Canadians than his proposal. And he thinks that someone earning $47,000 a year is somehow too rich for a tax cut. I disagree. We also recognize that you don't need to tear some people down to lift others up. Justin Trudeau's attack on small businesses, threatening them, making it harder for them to grow and expand and offer the types of opportunities that lead to the jobs that have much higher income earnings, was precisely part of the problem over the last 4 years, all the while protecting people who have inherited trust funds. We will take a different approach. We will ensure that our entrepreneurs have the support they need to grow and succeed.
Mr. Scheer, thank you. We're going to move on now. I have a question for the Bloc Québécois leader, Yves-François Blanchet, after which each one of the leaders will have a chance to debate him one-on-one. Mr. Blanchet, Quebec is one of 5 provinces to receive federal equalization payments in 2019. It received $13.1 billion, the highest amount of any province. That's a benefit of being part of a federal system where wealth is shared. You've referred to the money as an assistance check. Premier Legault has said he wants to wean Quebec off equalization payments. Do you agree with that? And if so, how would that make life more affordable for Canadians?
Thank you for the question. First, the very system called equalization is based on some flawed reasonings, flawed ways to analyze things. And this is why we propose something else that would progressively replace it. Oil provinces are very wealthy and have developed those resources with money from all across Canada, including Quebec. And today, they are using it as a threat over Quebec, which citizens do not want to be a passage for this oil through their territory because they rely on clean energy and believe this is the only responsible way to do things. We propose a kind of equalization that would be based without any constitution change on how provinces perform in fighting climate change. Those who are over the average pay, those who are under the average receive the money, giving a strong encouragement for everybody to reduce GHG emissions.
Mr. Blanchet, thank you. Let's go. The leaders will all have a chance to debate this one-on-one, 1 minute each, beginning with you, Mr. Trudeau.
Thank you, Donna. Equalization exists so that every Canadian across the country, regardless of the province they're born into or live in, accesses the same quality of services right across the country. It is not a perfect system, but it is a system that ensures, as much as we can, equality of opportunity across Canada. We've continued to engage with provinces across the country on updating the equalization formula in ways that are fair, and it is something that continues to bind this country together. Unfortunately, you, Mr. Blanchet, as a sovereigntist, are always looking for opportunities to create fights between Quebec and the rest of Canada to advance your separatist agenda.
We have paid for the development of oil in Western Canada, and you make us pay again with this idea of buying a pipeline over there. And tell me something, what can a Canadian do that a Quebecer cannot do? Why would we need anything?
I think by definition, a Quebecer can do anything a Canadian can do because a Quebecer is a Canadian and will remain a Canadian under my watch. Mr. Blanchet.
Gentlemen, thank you. Mr. Bernier, you now have the opportunity to debate Mr. Blanchet.
Yes, speaking about the equalization, I'm the only leader who's ready to look at the equalization formula for being sure that the formula will be less generous and fair for every province. Let me explain. It is not fair to tax people out west and also in Quebec, because Quebecers, are proud and they want to live in a richer province. So what we must do, we must give the right incentive to provinces to develop their own natural resources. That's so important to have a discussion about the equalization, and they don't want to have that discussion. Let's be less generous and fair for every province.
Share this
Why?
idea? Do you
Why?
share this
Because it is
idea?
important when you have people in Alberta. 20% of
14
people in Alberta
seconds.
wants to have the discussion, and let's
10
have that
seconds.
discussion.
Okay, Quebecers receive less money from equalization per capita than anybody else who receives it in Canada. Do you mind about stopping those lies?
All right. Mr. Blanchette, Mr. Singh, your opportunity to debate.
Yes, I was thinking about ways we can make life more affordable. And this is where I think we can do a lot if we work together. This is one of the things I believe that we can build a better Canada if we tackle some of the challenges that people are facing. One of the things that we hear about a lot in Quebec is the cost of healthcare, and that it's not there for them when they need it. If we work together, the Universal Pharmacare Plan is one where we use the buying power of all Canadians. It's still delivered provincially, but we can actually buy medication for lower costs, and it will help out Quebec and help out people.
It is delivered provincially, and dental care would be, if we wanted to finance it, a provincial jurisdiction. You have good ideas, but your ideas always interfere and infringe into jurisdictions which are those
But I
of
don't want to
provinces
infringe. I
and
want to
Quebec.
work together.
So if you want to do that,
We gotta work
please
together.
do it for Canada. Take our part of the money as the Constitution allows.
We can do that,
and
but we
send
can
it
work
to
together.
Quebec.
The other thing we need to do is, when we want to tackle the problems, is housing. Housing is something that's concerning a lot of people. Federal money used to be invested in building, in partnership with provinces to build housing. We want to do that again.
Mr. Scheer, thank you. Mr. Singh, pardon me. Mr. Scheer, over to you.
I don't know how people are getting me mixed up.
You're not allowed that.
I wore a bright orange turban on purpose today.
Mr.
What does it take?
I'm slightly taller than you, Mr. Singh. That must be it.
And stop rubbing that in.
Mr. Scheer, please continue the debate.
It's important for Quebecers to realize that on so many issues, Monsieur Blanchette agrees with Justin Trudeau. He will support Justin Trudeau's higher taxes. He will support massive deficits that will continue to put pressure on Canadian taxpayers, meaning more and more of their dollar goes to pay the interest on the debt.
Suggest the idea to raise more money without raising taxes. So you didn't listen or you didn't understand?
We know that Monsieur Blanchette's priority is working with the Parti Québécois on sovereignty. So we know that if votes for Bloc Québécois MPs mean that Justin Trudeau stays Prime Minister. Avec le Bloc, le plus ça change, le plus ça reste la même.
And you know what? Do you remember that all that you say you did for Quebecers was done when Harper was in the minority government?
Purchase his
all
oil and
those
gas
changes were
from the United
forced by
States.
Bloc
You
Québécois.
prefer sending consumers' dollars to the United
UNESCO.
States to support that economy. I
You have a
prefer
strange
Canadian energy.
lecture of
You've talked over each other and you're both out of time. Thank you, Mr. Scheer. Ms. May, it's your turn.
Forgive me, Donna, but Yellowknife, Ryland, I see you. Congratulations for being elected MLA. I'm just so excited. Now, turning to equalization payments, we need equalization in Canada because we're a country, we're a family. We need to think like a family. Your proposal, Mr. Blanchette, would be to put an extra burden on those parts of Canada, like Alberta, that have the toughest challenge to meet the climate crisis. We're concerned as Greens that we work together, that we not alienate Alberta.
I noticed that you had a strong sensibility for Alberta since your previous positions on oil were quite nice to them.
No, they're not.
However,
we're
in a
shutting
family,
down the oil
sometimes-
sands by
in a
2030. They don't find it nice.
In a family,
That's why they
sometimes-
deserve
In a
fairness.
family, sometimes one does not agree with others, and it doesn't have to be forced to do what others
We
say.
are facing a climate emergency, and anyone who understands the science, and I hope you do,
And this
because
is,
we
this,
all
is a
marched
world,
with Greta.
this is a world issue, and only countries do international affairs, provinces
We
don't.
have to pull our weight as
All right.
provinces and as nations, and we do it together.
We have to move along. Thank you for that. We will end this segment with another open debate. Yves-François Blanchet, it is your turn to ask any other leader a question on the topic of your choice.
I wondered a long time. Mr. Scheer, you said in English a few months ago that you were strongly against the very idea of Bill 21 about laicity of the state in Quebec. Then you said in French in Quebec that you would do nothing against that law. But your very close collaborator, Mr. Alain Reyes, said the day before yesterday that you would protect the Bill 21. It said that in French, I must admit. You were the only one that would protect the Bill 21.
Can you get to the question, please?
How will you do that?
It's very, the answer to this question is very simple, Monsieur Blanchet, and you know that I've always been very clear on this issue. We will not intervene in the court case that is currently before the courts. The elected officials of Quebec have taken this decision, and now it is before the courts, and the courts will
protect the law,
decide.
not tolerate the law,
That is
protect
exactly
the law.
What
What
I
will
have
you do
always
to
said
protect
in
this
English
law?
and in French. It's very important that a federal government respects and protects individual liberties and individual human rights. We will not pursue this court of action at a federal
Your
level.
definition
But
of
Mr. Scheer has the floor.
in the law.
It's quite simple. I just
Might
answered
not
that question,
go in the
Mr.
same
Blanchet.
direction.
Mr. Blanchet,
C'est
Mr.
la même
Scheer
chose
has
en
the
français,
floor.
Monsieur Blanchet. It's the same thing in French. We will not intervene in this
That's
court
not
case.
what
The
happens.
court case will decide this.
does not say the same thing as you do.
It's exactly the same position, Monsieur Blanchet. You're
No.
trying to create a division,
Tolerating
a
and
confusion
not
where
doing
it
something
doesn't
against
where it
the
doesn't
law
exist.
does not mean that you would protect it. I would protect it. You would
So
not.
we
You won't
are
be in a
open.
position
We
to
are going to have an open debate. That was Mr. Scheer's time to answer. I
Oh, I'm
apologize.
sorry. I will leave you some
We
more
will
time.
now
I never
have
had.
the open debate. Mr. Blanchet, you may begin.
Okay,
Can I start speaking now? Because you spoke during my
please
answer.
go ahead. We're still nice people.
The issue on this has been exactly the same from the beginning. And Monsieur Blanchet, I think you're trying to create confusion where there doesn't exist confusion. I have always been very clear, both in English and in French. The answers have always been the same. This is something that at the federal level we will not pursue. The Conservative Party has always stood for individual liberty, for fundamental human rights. It was a Conservative Prime Minister that brought forward the Bill of Rights, the last Prime Minister from Saskatchewan,
Except,
John
of course,
Diefenbaker.
Mr. Scheer,
and we
you won't
will
defend a
allow
woman's
these
right to
types-
choose. You've
That is
dismissed
completely false. That is
LGBT
completely
protections.
false.
You
Millions
haven't
of
apologized for
Canadians,
your words
millions-
against LGBT
millions-
Canadians
millions
years
of
ago.
Canadians,
Will you
millions
recognize
of
and
Canadians,
apologize
Mr.
for
Scheer,
that?
Millions of Canadians have a different position on this issue. And like millions of Canadians, I am personally pro-life. And it is okay in this country to have a difference of opinion, something
Yes,
you do not
but
recognize.
Canadians
and it is
need
beneath,
to know-
it is beneath
Canadians
the office of
need to
Prime
know
Minister to
that their
demonize
Prime Minister-
people for their
Canadians
views.
need
The
to know that
laws
their
and
Prime
access
Minister-
One at a
on
time,
this
please.
issue-
One at a time,
the
please.
laws and
let me
access on this issue have not changed for 30 years under Liberal Prime Ministers, under Conservative Prime Ministers.
Scheer, let me help you out here.
Canadians need
when
to
I
know
am Prime
that
Minister.
their Prime Minister
That
will be
is
there
my
to defend
position.
them. And
Scheer,
you
let me
have
help
been,
you.
just answered that
you
question.
have been
Let's
not
allow Mr.
unequivocal on
Singh
defending
a
women's
moment.
rights. You're signing the
Scheer, this is
nomination
CFC too. You're
papers
gonna like this too.
of
You
people
want to
who
talk
want
about
to
nomination
take
papers?
away
How about your
rights of-
misogynist,
No one is
racist
hearing you right now.
candidate in
Let's
Nova
both-
Scotia?
Okay.
Let me help you out,
Can
Mr.
we?
Scheer.
Can we?
Let me help you out, Mr.
No,
Scheer.
nobody can. Nobody can hear what you're saying anymore.
You will be signing the nomination
man has
papers for
no
people who have
place
pledged
at
to
a
take away
discussion
rights
around
from
women's rights
women.
issues. Mr.
I
Scheer, let me
know.
help you out, man.
You're having
You're
a mini
struggling here.
debate
You're
over
struggling.
here. Can we bring in
A man
Mr.
has
Singh?
no position in a discussion on a woman's right to choose.
How about
Let's
a
be
woman's
very
right
clear
to
on that.
speak in a debate?
Be very clear.
It's been really interesting for most of this campaign to hear a lot of men arguing about what a woman's rights should be. But having all of you, except for Max, participated in the TVA debate where you were perfectly happy to keep women off the stage. I'm the only woman leader of a party. You participated in a debate which did not let our little girls see that there's a chance for a woman in this country to be prime minister, to run as the leader of a party. We must be clear as all leaders, and you are not clear, Andrew, that we will never allow a single inch of retreat from the hard-earned rights of women in this country, not 1 inch.
This is.
But
This
what
is a
troubles me that
typical-
you're open to working with Mr. Scheer.
Yeah.
Sure, I'm
and
gonna
Your,
talk.
your own MPs could come up with a law against abortion, and you said that you will tolerate it.
This
So
is-
I don't
I
understand the
said we
point.
don't
liberal
allow anyone to run
tactic.
in our party
It's right
who
out of the
doesn't
liberal
hold a
playbook.
pro-choice
When they
position.
are in danger of
We
losing
don't-
an election, they
Sorry.
bring forward
This
these
clearly
can't
needs
Photoshop
more
your words.
time. I'm
Don't
afraid
allow
we don't have
any
more
issue,
time.
Unlike all the rest of you.
Ms. May, thank you very much. We're going to have to move on. Thank you. That concludes our segment.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rosemary Barton from CBC News. Our next theme, we've already talked about it a little bit, but now we will for real, the environment and energy. And we will start with a question from another Canadian. We're going to go to a gathering of people watching the debate, this time at the Halifax Central Library. And we will talk to Britton Bancroft of Minto, New Brunswick, is there and has this question. Over to you.
Hi, my name is Britt Bancroft, and I'm from Minto, New Brunswick. And I believe we live in an age of climate crisis. And this is the last election we have before a point of no return is reached. Furthermore, I believe that for many large corporations that pollute, the current system of fines and penalties associated with that polluting is just the cost of doing business. What concrete plans does each leader have to address big business polluting?
Thank you, Britt. And the first answer goes to
That
Ms.
is
Blanchet.
very interesting. What is considered as the most progressive system to fight climate change so far is this agreement between California and Quebec, this trade exchange system that forces businesses to lower their emission through time. And it works very well. And I had the privilege of completing the negotiation of such a system and signing it. And it should be used elsewhere. Simple taxes that return into the pockets of people without any change in incentive are not the solution. Doing nothing, hoping that some spirit will come and solve the problem is no solution either.
That's it, Mr. Blanchet. Mr. Trudeau, over to you.
As Mr. Blanchet said, Quebec and other provinces like BC have moved forward with putting a price on pollution. We've ensured that that price is put in right across the country because it is a mechanism that will both lower emissions and ensure that Canadians can afford this transition. The choice tonight is very clear between two parties that have very different views on climate change. Mr. Scheer wants to rip up the only serious plan on climate change Canada has ever had the day after the election, and we will continue to do more. We recognize we need to do more to fight climate change. That's why we're going to be surpassing our targets. That's why we're going to get to net zero by 2050.
Mr. Bernier.
At the People's Party, we are the only real environmentalist party. Why? First of all, we want to do things that are possible. We want to do things that are possible to protect our health, our air, our environment, our water. All the other leaders claim to save the world and to save the climate. They cannot. Canada represents only 1.6% of the green gas emission. And they claim also to be able to achieve the Paris Accord target. They cannot. They have to impose a carbon tax of $300 a ton to do that, and they won't do it. They don't do it. They're hypocrites. We won't have a tax on carbon.
Time's up. Time's up. Mr. Singh.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Britt, for your question. We are faced with a climate crisis. There's no question about it. We've got massive forest fires, which make it hard to breathe in some parts of Canada, in the west. We've got massive flooding, which means people are losing their homes in the east. This is a serious crisis. Now, while Mr. Trudeau has said a lot of nice things, let's look at what he's done. He said that he's for the environment, but then he continues to exempt the biggest polluters from his price on pollution. He says he wants to fight the climate crisis. And what does he do? He continues to subsidize oil and gas massively. He says he's a climate leader. What does he do? He buys a pipeline. There's a big gap between what Mr. Trudeau says and what he does.
And Mr. Scheer, over to you next, sir.
I find myself agreeing with you again, Mr. Singh. On the environment, like so many issues, Justin Trudeau says one thing and then does something completely different. He's talking about hitting 2050 targets. He can't even meet 2030 targets. He talks about ripping up a real plan. His plan has been proven to fail. He has given a massive exemption to the country's largest polluters. They were able to negotiate themselves up to a 90% exemption from his carbon tax. Meanwhile, hard-working commuters, moms and dads taking their kids to school or driving to work, they have to pay the full brunt of that. Our plan is a real plan that takes the climate change fight global, recognizing that we could shut everything down
That's it, Mr.
here
Scheer. I'm dropping the
tomorrow.
hammer, coming to the end of the show. Ms. May.
Britt, thank you for the question. You, unlike everyone else on this stage, clearly understand that that we're up against a real climate emergency. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has given us hard timelines, challenging targets. If we're going to do what's required, it isn't easy. We don't grade on a curve and say because a plan is less ambitious, it's therefore more doable. If it fails to meet the goal of holding global average temperature to no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius, we fail to give our kids a livable world. Greta Thunberg is right. The house is on fire. Grown-ups then stand up and say, kids, get to safety. We've got this. We'll take care of this for you.
My turn now to ask a question, and this one goes to Mr. Trudeau. And the question is this, Mr. Trudeau. Last fall, the United Nations International Panel on Climate Change stressed the need to act quickly to limit further global warming. A report from Environment Canada says this country is warming twice as fast as the global average. You say you are committed to combating climate change, but your government still proceeded with the purchase and approval of a new pipeline to the West Coast. Given the timeline and given what is at stake, should Canada not be moving more quickly away from further development of the oil and gas sector? And to that end, should the Trans Mountain expansion be Canada's last pipeline?
We absolutely have to move faster. We absolutely have to do more. And that's why we put forward an ambitious plan to continue that is reasonable, that is doable, and is going to make sure that we get to not just surpass our 2030 targets, but go beyond it. We're banning single-use plastics. We're putting a price on pollution right across the country. And we are fighting those conservative premiers who do not want to do their part to fight climate change. We recognize that transition to clean energy will not happen overnight. And while we do, we should have less oil by rail, and we need to get to new markets so we can invest all the resources, all the money coming in from this pipeline into that green energy transition, into fighting climate change. I know that's a big piece of the way we move forward, how we invest in the new economy, in that transition. That's what we've done. The choice tonight is, do we pick a government that doesn't believe in climate change or in fighting it, or do we continue on the track we are and be even more ambitious?
Got to end it. I noticed you didn't answer the last part of that question, whether we were on our last pipeline. Mr. Bernier, your turn to debate Mr. Trudeau for 1 minute.
Mr. Trudeau, I think we agree that we don't agree on climate change. I believe that there's no climate emergency. You believe the opposite. But you won't be able to achieve the Paris Accord target. I'm not saying that. That's the UN who said that. You need to impose a carbon tax of $300 a ton, and you don't do that.
In 4 years, Mr. Bernier,
let me finish. Elizabeth, she's right.
Mr. Trudeau, let Mr. Bernier finish.
Elizabeth, she's right, and you're right. She has a radical plan to fight climate change. It will destroy the economy. But what about you?
Okay.
You won't be able to...
Mr. Bernier, Mr.
We
Trudeau's
made it three-quarters of the way to reaching those 2030 targets. And over the next 11 years, including by planting 2 billion trees, we're going to get there. But Mr. Bernier, what you don't understand, what Mr. Scheer doesn't understand, is you cannot build a plan for the future of our economy if you are not building a plan that protects the environment and fights climate change. That's where both of you are completely wrong.
Okay. Mr. Scheer, it's not your turn. Mr. Singh, your time to debate Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau, I know that you say a lot of nice things, and you've been saying a lot of great things on this stage today. But the problem is that you said a lot of these things in 2015, and you made it sound like you're going to make climate a big priority. But the reality is you did all these things. You bought a pipeline, you continue to subsidize oil and gas, and you continue to exempt the biggest polluters. So what's it going to take now for Canadians to believe that you're actually going to follow through on your promises? What's it going to take for you to follow through on these commitments? Because your words are not good enough anymore.
Singh, we have reached three-quarters of the way to achieving our 2030 targets, and we're going to surpass them. And Mr. Singh, Canadians might be surprised to discover that your plan is to build a massive refinery in Alberta. And the only way to do that is with federal subsidies, because there's no private business case for it. Your plan to build a refinery in Alberta is worse for the environment than building a pipeline to the west.
Mr. Singh?
Not our plan. I don't know where you got that from. It's not our plan. We would immediately end fossil fuel subsidies. We'd immediately invest in clean energy.
That's it.
We would immediately do
That's time. Mr. Scheer, it's your turn to debate Mr. Trudeau. Same question.
When Justin Trudeau took office, there were 3 major pipeline projects ready to go. Under his watch, all of them have failed. He had to take $4.5 billion of Canadian tax money to put the Trans Mountain pipeline on life support. And he did that by sending $4.5 billion of taxpayers' money to another country, to the United States, to be invested in the oil and gas sector there instead of here in Canada. His answer for his rationale for having 2 campaign planes was that he bought carbon offsets, which is just a thing that privileged people can do to keep polluting.
Mr. Trudeau, Mr. Trudeau's chance to respond. Mr. Scheer, Mr. Trudeau's chance to respond.
Mr. Scheer, you did not buy carbon offsets for your transport because you don't believe that climate change is real. You need to actually act.
Mr. Scheer, no one can hear you.
In a way that is
Please.
responsible, Mr. Scheer. And your plan is to rip up the only serious plan to fight climate change that Canada has ever had.
All right.
Canadians
Time's
know
up
how
for you as
important
well,
this
Mr.
is.
Trudeau. Ms. May, over to you.
To avoid catastrophic levels of global warming, we must double our current target. We must listen to science. We must not build the Trans Mountain Pipeline. It's not the last because it gets canceled if we're serious. You can't negotiate with physics. You can't as Prime Minister, you can't as leader of the Liberal Party. There's a carbon budget. It doesn't budge. And that's why it's so heartbreaking for me to look at you today and know you could have done so much more the last 4 years. Please, God, you don't get a majority this time around because you don't keep your promises.
From the Rockies to the Bay of Fundy, Conservative premiers have gotten elected on promises to do nothing on climate change, and we need a strong federal government to fight them to make sure that we are moving forward on protecting the future generations from the impacts of climate change.
But your goal is a target for failure. When you hang on to Harper's target of 30% by 2030,
we
you
are
are
going to pass
predestining
that
us.
target, Ms.
Well,
May.
you better get to double that target, or you never get to carbon neutrality by 2050.
Time is up, Ms. May. Time is up, Ms. May. Mr. Blanchet, you can talk to Mr.
Mr. Trudeau, you claim to have done a lot, but Canada is the worst emitter of GHG in the G20 per capita. So that's not much of a success. But I have 2 questions from Quebec. First, will you agree with the demand of the Prime Minister of Quebec, Mr. Legault, that Quebec overview on environmental issues will have precedence over Canada's overview? Second question, do you promise after this judgment in British Columbia to not ever try to have a pipeline cross Quebec, ever?
After 10 years of Mr. Harper's failures to get things built because he did not understand you have to work with Indigenous peoples, you have to work with local communities, you have to respect environmental science, we brought in a process that does exactly that. And we work with the provinces on ensuring that there's not a duplication of environmental oversight. That's what Bill C-69 is all about. We know that the way we move forward is responsible and will be done in partnership.
And that's the time. Mr. Trudeau, it's now your chance to ask a question of any other leader. You have 1 minute to do so, sir.
We cut taxes for small businesses to 9%. We cut taxes for Canadians. We know that tax breaks for wealthy do not work to grow the economy. 10 years of Mr. Harper's failure has done that. And yet Mr. Scheer's platform, what we've seen of it, because most of it is still secret and will remain secret, apparently, like Doug Ford, that didn't work out so well for Ontarians, is to reduce taxes for the wealthiest Canadians, the multimillionaires, by $50,000, which is more money than most Canadians make in a year.
Wrap it up.
Why the $50,000
Mr. Scheer, you
tax
have
break
1 minute
for the
to
wealthiest?
respond, Mr. Scheer.
First of all, Mr. Trudeau, you seem to be oddly obsessed with provincial politics. There is a vacancy for the Ontario Liberal leadership, and if you're so focused on provincial politics, go and run for the leadership of that party, Mr. Trudeau. Secondly, your tax policy has meant that 80% of Canadian families pay higher taxes today than when you first took office. That is exactly true. That was a conservative principle that Liberals fought against, that you fought against. Your signature achievement was taking a conservative idea to send support directly to parents.
Why did you vote against it, Mr. Scheer?
I voted against your tax hikes on Canadians, Mr. Trudeau. That's what I was voting against. No, I did not.
Gentlemen, one at a time. One at a time.
We are committed to protecting that benefit because it is based on a conservative principle. But we are going to
Mr.
lower
Trudeau, this is
taxes.
supposed to be Mr. Scheer's answer. We're going to move into open debate.
For all Canadians with a universal tax cut. We're going to bring back the children's sports and fitness tax
That's it, Mr. Scheer. We've got 3 minutes on this open debate.
Starting with me.
Yes, that's right, sir.
Okay.
Off you go.
Mr. Scheer, you did not
Mr. Trudeau.
answer the question on why you were lowering taxes by $50,000 for multimillionaires in this country. week. Maybe you'll answer it tomorrow in the press conference, but you haven't answered it tonight.
That is just not true. You haven't answered a question your entire time as Prime Minister. I've sat across you. You never answer a question, Mr. Speaker.
I answered more questions
your
in
question
the House of Commons.
I am rolling
Mr. Trudeau, let Mr. Scheer finish, please. Mr. Trudeau.
I am rolling back your tax hikes on entrepreneurs, on small business. You called them tax cheats. These are the people in our community.
For the wealthiest,
they are saving up money to open up a second location, investing in people's training and education.
No one can understand anything Mr. Blanchet wants in. Mr. Scheer, Mr. Blanchet.
You're both experts and multimillionaires. However, I have a suggestion for you. How about this idea, which has been asked unanimously by Assemblée nationale du Québec, of a single tax refund? That would save about $400 million to our combined states. Is that not a great way to save money, make things simpler for people, companies, businesses, and even government?
So you're talking about the single income tax return for Quebecers?
Yes.
I am the only federal party leader that can deliver on that, Monsieur Blanchet. That is something that I'm committed to.
You might find yourself in a position where you need me to do that.
I am committed to simplifying the lives of Quebecers by ensuring that they only have to fill out one single income tax.
I want to clarify something with Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Singh, yes, go ahead.
You know, Mr. Scheer, you talk a lot about tax cuts, but this is the reality. Thing is that Canadians can look across this country and see what the impacts of a conservative tax cut means. Translation, cuts to education, cuts to healthcare, vicious cuts to the most vulnerable people in society. That's what you do. The thing is, Mr. Trudeau, you sound a lot different. You sound a lot better, but you've done much of the same. You've given billions of dollars to the wealthiest, and your
nothing.
top financial, your top cabinet ministers
is not nothing.
use tax havens.
Mr. Scheer, you can respond, then Mr. Bernier.
So under Trudeau's policy, Canadians are working harder and harder, but they're barely getting by or falling behind. Our policy will leave more money in their pockets, and we're going to do that, Mr. Singh, by protecting services like healthcare and education. We're going to get the money to pay for it by cutting corporate welfare and reducing Canada's foreign aid budget by 25%. That is going to pay for our tax cuts for all Canadians to leave more money in their pockets so that they can get ahead.
Mr. Bernier.
Not going to work.
Mr. Scheer and Mr. Trudeau, it's all the same. It's all boutique tax credit. They won't cut tax for every Canadian. We have a platform with only 2 tax rates that would be fair for everybody. So everybody will save. The cost of our tax reform will be $35 billion. But we will do that only after balancing the budget. We'll use our surplus. It's the only responsible way to give more money.
I got a question.
No, you had your chance. Ms. May wants in. Ms. May.
With 2 weeks left in this election campaign, Canadians can know one thing. At this point, Mr. Scheer, with all due respect, you're not going to be Prime Minister. The question is going to be on a seat count if we have Mr. Trudeau in a minority or Mr. Trudeau in a majority. Voting for Green MPs is your very best guarantee, Canada, that you don't get the government you least want.
Mr. Scheer can respond to that, and then we'll wrap it up.
Well, I'm going to prove you wrong on that, Ms. May. You just watch on October 21st.
I'll lay you bets right now.
Mr. Bernier said something that is completely untrue. Under Justin Trudeau, we will see endless deficits, meaning more and more of Canadian tax dollars goes to pay the interest on the debt. We will balance the budget while still preserving core services.
And it's Maxime Bernier's chance to lead this part of the debate. You can ask one question to any other leader. 30 seconds, please.
Yes. Andrew, you are calling yourself a conservative, but you don't want to balance the budget in 2 years. You will add $70 billion on our debt. You support the cartel in milk, dairy, and poultry, knowing that a Canadian family is paying more than $400 a year for that. Andrew, are you a real conservative? No, I think you are liberals. Why are you pretending to be something that you are not?
If you want to talk about pretending to be something that you're not, I'm not sure which Maxime Bernier I'm debating tonight. Was it the Maxime Bernier from the 1990s who was a separatist? Was it the Maxime Bernier who was minister responsible for handing out corporate welfare? Was it the Maxime Bernier who defended supply management when it suited him? The fact of the matter is, sorry, it's my time to respond to that question. The fact of the matter is there's a clear contrast in this election. Justin Trudeau's endless deficits and tax hikes to pay for it, or a conservative plan that will leave more money in your pocket. We will lower taxes for all Canadians. We will bring back popular tax credits like the kids, sports and fitness tax credit. We will boost the RESP. We will raise the age credit for seniors, and we will bring in a green home renovation tax credit. That all the while cutting corporate welfare and Canada's foreign aid budget to bring that money back home so that Canadians can get ahead.
9 seconds. Well, let's do open debate. Off you go. You're starting that too.
Thank you very much. I'm the Maxime Bernier who's there for Canadians. And I'm the Maxime Bernier who does not care about having real debates on real issues that are important for Canadians. You don't want to have debates on immigration. You don't want to have debates to help every Canadian and abolishing that cartel in supply management. You don't want to be able to cut foreign aid. You don't want to cut foreign aid.
Let's let Mr. Scheer respond,
please. It would be important to balance the budget, and we can do that.
Well, that's precisely not the case. I've said that we will cut Canada's foreign aid budget by 25% to pay for the tax cuts that we are going to bring in.
You can save $5 billion there and balancing the budget.
I want to just put in what this election is all about. This election is all about who's going to fight for you, who's going to stand up for you. And we've seen with Mr. Trudeau, he says nice words, but he gave $6 billion in corporate loan write-offs last year, $14 billion to the richest corporations. He keeps tax havens open, he keeps loopholes open. He hasn't closed them in 4 years. We're in it for people. We're not in it for the rich. We're going to deliver universal pharmacare for all. We're going to deliver dental care programs. We're going to invest in housing. And we're going to fight the climate crisis like we mean to win it. That's what you get with New Democrats. I ask people to support New Democrats.
Mr. Trudeau can respond.
To account this government, to form government in the next election.
We have invested in Canadians. We made a very different choice than Stephen Harper did, very different choice than Andrew Scheer is proposing. We lifted 900,000 people out of poverty. We lifted seniors out of poverty. We're putting more money in the pockets of students. And we're seeing over 1 million jobs created, most of them full-time over the past year. But there is over the past 4 years, but there is so much more to do. And that is what we have to stay focused on, because the fight against climate change, the fight for the future of our economy matters, and that's the choice Canadians need to make.
Monsieur Blanchet. Yes,
we have completely mischaracterized our response to the climate emergency as something that somehow doesn't help the economy. You have the biggest global economic opportunity in the history of humankind in moving off fossil fuels as quickly as possible. But then you're keeping fossil fuels going because your target is exactly half of what's required. If this election is anything, it's about trust and ethics, and we are in a climate emergency. We need grown-ups in the room to take responsibility.
Mr. Blanchet.
Mr. Singh said that he wants to fight for Canadians, and that's a good point. Who do we want to fight for? I want to fight for Quebecers, and Quebecers only. If we agree with the Canadian government, then let it be. If we don't agree, we're going to fight. And this is what Bloc Québécois has always done. And I can't wait pour avoir ces gens-là dire en français ce qu'ils ont dit en anglais aujourd'hui, jeudi.
Ils vont le faire. Monsieur Scheer.
The fact of the matter is, under Justin Trudeau, life will continue to get more expensive. He will continue to raise taxes. His carbon tax will go up. He's afraid to tell you how much it will go up by. Under the Conservative plan, we'll balance the budget, protect core services, and lower taxes for all
Mr. Trudeau, 5 seconds to respond.
Our price on pollution helps Canadians more than removing it does.
Okay.
Climate emergency.
That's it. Thank you. That brings us to the end of this segment and to the end of this debate. We want to thank all of you, of course, for taking the time, our questioners tonight, and all of you for watching live in person and on your various screens. Just a reminder, as Monsieur Blanchet hinted at, that French language debate is later on this week, Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern. On behalf of all my wonderful moderators and everyone here, have a good night.
Yep. Excellent. Okay. It's official stuff. Is it white? Is it white? I don't have a drinking problem. Two down for the Jim Shatner. Oh no. Do you think it's... Thank you, John. Good? Oh, thank you. Okay. Thank you. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Check. Have a pack already? I have one. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All good. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Tout est beau là-bas? Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Mick, you're good. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check, check, check. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 2, 2. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All good? Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check. Good. So just a quick reminder for everybody, we'll start with the mic on my right-hand side, and we'll alternate between the two mics, one question, one follow-up each, and we're going for 10 minutes per leader.
Hey, check, yeah. Hey, check, yeah.
Ready? You sing? No. Oh, we'll get 3 minutes. Gotta hold 3 minutes. Hold the schedule, sorry.
Un, deux, un, deux.
He's moving now.
Yes, hello.
Hi, it's Annie Bergeron-Oliver with CTV National News.
Hi, Annie.
Hi. You were asked in the debate about Bill 21 and why you wouldn't open the door to the government intervening. Are you concerned that taking a stronger stance on this bill will hurt your chances of getting MPs elected in Quebec?
Well, I want to make it really clear. I believe in the current court challenge that's happening and the right for that court challenge to continue without any interference. At some point, if this gets to the Supreme Court, of course, any prime minister legally would have to take a look at it. But at this point, what I want to make very clear is I'm working every day when I go to Quebec, letting folks know that that's not the way to go ahead. Divisive laws don't help our society, and I really believe in uniting and bringing people together.
Okay, and on a slightly different subject,
Sure.
the NDP is still more than 15 points behind in the polls, and your party has been in a distant third since the beginning of the campaign. Do you feel that your performance tonight is enough to close that gap in the 2 weeks remaining in this campaign?
Well, I hope the performance tonight, I hope that Canadians got to see the choices that they have in this election, that they don't have to choose between two parties that are working to make life easier for the richest, but making it harder for everyone else. And I'm hoping people see in me someone that's willing to fight for them. Because I don't work for the rich, I work for people. And I want to make their lives better with healthcare investments, housing investments, and tackling the climate action, the climate crisis.
Bonjour, Michel Lamarche, TVA.
C'est où?
Ici, Monsieur
Oh.
Singh. Sur la loi 21, on
Oui.
vient de vous entendre. Vous semblez avoir changé de position. Là, vous nous dites qu'en tant que premier ministre, si ça se retrouve devant la Cour suprême, vous allez devoir regarder, examiner cette loi?
C'est un processus légal pour toutes les poursuites de la Cour suprême. Ça, c'est évident, ça, c'est normal que les premiers ministres vont le regarder. Mais j'ai dit tout le temps que maintenant, il y a une poursuite. Je ne veux pas ingérer dans cette poursuite. Et ce que je veux faire, c'est de montrer qu'un projet de loi qui divise la population, ce n'est pas beau, c'est mauvais. Et ce que je veux faire tout le temps, c'est de trouver des façons de rassembler la population tout le temps.
Mais si ça se retrouve devant la Cour suprême, là, vous allez intervenir en tant que premier ministre. J'essaie de comprendre.
À ce moment, c'est une question juridique et bien sûr, juridiquement, seulement une question de juridiquement, tous les premiers ministres doivent regarder ce qui se passe à la Cour suprême et ça, c'est quelque chose de normal.
Hello, Mr. Singh, Hannah Thibodeau, CBC News.
Hannah.
Hey. I would like to ask you, coming into this, you felt that there was one too many people on that stage. Do you still feel that way, and do you still feel that Mr. Bernier should not be here on Thursday?
I made my position really clear on that, and nothing's changed after tonight.
Do you feel, you said leading into this that this was going to give him the venue to spew hate. Do you feel he did that tonight?
I think that it's clear with the propositions of that party, the type of commentary they make, it's divisive, and I don't think that has a place.
Monsieur Singh, Philippe Vincent Foisy, Radio-Canada, je veux juste bien comprendre ce que vous dites. Vous dites que la porte, elle est ouverte à ce qu'un gouvernement néo-démocrate intervienne en Cour suprême sur la loi sur la laïcité. C'est bien ce que vous venez de dire, là, juste comprendre.
Non, c'est seulement une question juridiquement, c'est quelque chose qui existe, donc je seulement répète ce qui existe comme des lois parce que je comprends, comme un avocat, qu'il y a cette question qui soulève quand quelque chose est dans la Cour suprême. Juridiquement, le Premier ministre et le gouvernement doivent regarder ce qui se passe, mais ce que je veux dire, c'est ce que j'ai toujours dit, que je ne veux pas ingérer dans une poursuite de maintenant qui existe dans les cours. C'est tellement important qu'on ne ingère pas. Et autre chose, ce que je fais tout le temps, c'est de montrer que je ne suis pas d'accord avec des lois qui divisent la population. Je suis pour des lois qui unissent et ou rassemblent la population.
Mais on a M. Trudeau qui dit la porte est ouverte à contester la loi si ça se rend devant les tribunaux, devant la Cour suprême. Et de l'autre côté, on a Andrew Scheer qui dit non, on n'interviendra pas si ça se rend en Cour suprême. Justin Trudeau dit que c'est responsable comme position de dire qu'on n'intervient pas. Et c'est ce que vous avez fait croire aux Québécois, le fait que vous n'interviendrez pas devant la Cour suprême. Est-ce que là, aujourd'hui, vous dites non, je n'interviens pas devant la Cour suprême, ou il y a une possibilité légale que je vais utiliser possiblement, et donc la porte est ouverte? Il faut vraiment que vous soyez clair ce soir.
Non, non, ce n'est pas une différence, pas du tout. Ce que je dis, c'est qu'il y a un processus normal qui existe, et je sais que ça existe. Mais ce que j'ai toujours dit, que je ne veux pas avoir une ingérence dans une poursuite de maintenant qui est dans les cours. C'est tellement important qu'on n'ingère pas. J'ai toujours dit ça, et je vais le répéter. Si vous voulez le poser encore, je peux le répéter la même chose. C'est la même chose que j'ai dit, mais c'est la même position.
Hi, Mr. Singh. Molly Thomas from CTV National News. You talked about how you want to fight that you fight Bill 21 every single day. So why are you not willing to fight it for the people that don't have the place or platform that you have right now?
Well, I mean, I'm using my platform really clearly. I go to Quebec, and I'm saying I want to run for Prime Minister, and I get asked the question every single day. Right now, in this press conference, I get asked the question again and again, and I welcome that. I want to be able to take the opportunity to say it's wrong to divide people based on the way they look. And I want to win over people in Quebec and let them know it's wrong to divide people and make it legal to divide people and to discriminate someone just because of what they wear. It's wrong. And I have the opportunity to do that every single time I go to Quebec, and in fact, every single time I have a press conference. And I'm happy to make that really clear. It's wrong.
It's wrong, but you won't intervene.
Well, there's a court challenge right now, and I make it really clear. I do not want to interfere in any way with that court challenge, and that's been my position. I've been very clear on that.
But you won't intervene on your. You won't get involved on your own. You see it as something separate from what you intend to do.
I think it's very important that we don't interfere with the court challenge, and I made that really clear.
Would you leave the door open, like Mr. Trudeau has said, to a court intervention?
Well, Mr. Trudeau is just stating a matter of fact, just the fact that there's. No, I'm saying that very clearly. He's just repeating a matter of fact. I said it already, that there is, anytime a court matter gets to the Supreme Court, the government takes a look at it. He's just stating a matter of fact. That's true. Any prime minister has to look at a court issue that gets before the Supreme Court. So, of course. What I'm stating is that it's a matter of fact that any matter that gets to the Supreme Court, the government and the prime minister will take a look at it.
Justin Ling, freelance. This debate was supposed to be an opportunity to talk about foreign affairs, and we didn't really get there. So I'm wondering if you have any opinions about what Canada ought to be doing in terms of northern Syria. The Trump administration just greenlit Turkish invasion of northern Syria. Would you have Canada defend our Kurdish allies?
I think it's really troubling what Mr. Trump just decided. It's going to destabilize an already really unstable region. A region that's been plagued with massive human rights violations. I think that first and foremost, we've got to put international pressure on making sure people's human rights are protected, that there isn't going to be a massive just damage and perhaps horrible violations against the Kurdish people. We've got to make sure at a global level we're working towards peace and diplomacy, and this decision is going to destabilize a region that's already facing a lot of instability.
On a totally different question.
Sure.
Would you accept a cabinet post in Justin Trudeau's government?
And what I made really clear is that I'm running to become Prime Minister. And as Prime Minister, I will work with anyone that wants to advance things like universal pharmacare and our dental care program. I've only ruled out one party, and that's the Conservatives.
Oui, M. Singh, Ali Nadi de la presse canadienne. On va essayer une dernière fois sur la loi sur la laïcité. Quand vous dites, une fois que ça arrive à la Cour suprême, un premier ministre doit regarder, est-ce que regarder veut dire intervenir ou pas?
Ça, c'est une question légale et ça, c'est une question hypothétique, mais ce que je peux dire, c'est légalement, il faut, comme Premier ministre et gouvernement, regarder tous les cas devant la Cour suprême et comme Premier ministre, je vais les regarder. Mais ce que je peux dire, pas hypothétique, c'est j'ai toujours dit que je ne veux pas ingérer. Il y a une poursuite. C'est tellement important de ne pas ingérer et ça, c'est ma position. Et ce que je veux faire comme un candidat avec un turban, c'est de montrer aux Québécois et Québécoises que je suis quelqu'un qui lutte contre la crise climatique, je suis pour le droit d'avortement, je suis pour la communauté LGBTQ et je suis contre les lois qui divisent.
Quand vous dites « je ne vais pas m'ingérer », ça signifie que vous n'allez participer à aucune contestation de la loi sur la laïcité, même une fois qu'elle arriverait jusqu'à la Cour suprême. Est-ce que c'est ça que ça veut dire?
J'ai toujours dit ma position, c'est tellement clair, je ne veux pas ingérer dans une poursuite qui existe. C'est tellement important qu'on n'a aucun problème avec la poursuite qui existe maintenant et j'ai toujours dit ça. Ce que je veux faire, c'est de gagner les cœurs des Québécois et Québécoises, de montrer, regardez, je suis quelqu'un qui est pour le droit des femmes, pour la communauté LGBTQ, pour la lutte contre la crise climatique, pour créer une société plus juste, contre les paradis fiscaux, pour taxer les géants du web. Et oui, je porte un turban. On peut travailler ensemble. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
So it's Blanchet, then May, then Trudeau, then Scheer, then Bernier.
Okay, all right.
It's Blanchet, May, Trudeau.
Blanchet, May, Trudeau, Scheer, Bernier.
Yeah.
Il dit pas que jamais je ferai rien, mais que...
So could you see anything? Because like I couldn't see anything that saying Blanchet or Bernier were doing. Because I had them totally to their back to me, nothing else.
Un jour, peut-être, je vais faire quelque chose.
Because the rest of them I could see. No, but could you see their profiles? Those ones? Because I was like I was.
Sometimes if they turned. Ce qu'on dit,
Bien, bonsoir, messieurs, dames. Ce fut un exercice étonnant. Et je suis bien heureux de pouvoir parler français, soudainement et publiquement. Un exercice étonnant en ceci qu'il était assez difficile de vraiment mettre des propositions de l'avant, mais il ne me semble pas utile de revenir sur la formule. S'il y a quelques messages qui ont pu passer, ainsi soit-il, mais tenir un débat positif avec des propositions ne semblait pas la chose la plus facile dans les circonstances. Mais je suis heureux d'avoir traversé l'exercice avec un minimum de dommages. Voilà.
C'est moi?
Des questions?
C'est moi. La presse canadienne, l'INADIB.
Oui.
Est-ce que vous avez compris que la position de Jagmeet Singh sur la loi sur la laïcité avait changé ce soir?
À un moment donné, ça devient difficile de comprendre quoi que ce soit aux différentes positions sur la laïcité. On a M. Scheer, dont le principe, c'est pas un sombre député inconnu. Là, Alain Reyes est le plus proche collaborateur de M. Scheer au Québec, qui disait, il me mettait au défi d'ailleurs, il disait qu'il n'y avait que Andrew Scheer qui allait défendre et protéger la loi 21 à Ottawa. C'est quand même assez singulier, mais c'est pas ce qu'il a dit in English tonight. M. Scheer, j'imagine que la tentation vient avec le fait de s'exprimer en anglais à l'endroit d'un auditoire plus canadien de l'Ouest, on va le dire comme ça, faisait en sorte qu'il y avait des aspects qui ressortaient plus. On comprend que on se promène entre une hostilité ouverte et une intention ferme d'aller contre la loi 21 avec M. Trudeau, jusqu'à une espèce de, je parle parmi les partis crédibles, jusqu'à une espèce de, on fait semblant qu'on ne fera rien de M. Scheer, mais c'est toujours, dans le meilleur des cas, comme une tolérance. C'est comme si on tolère que le Québec veuille être une nation, on tolère que le Québec veuille une loi sur la laïcité de l'État, on tolère que le Québec veuille protéger sa langue. Et ça, à longue, là, après 2 débats, ça finit par venir me chercher. Nous n'avons à demander la permission à personne pour être qui nous sommes, parler la langue que nous parlons, protéger les valeurs qui sont les nôtres. C'est fondamental. C'est ça, être une nation. Alors, je vois que dans le meilleur des cas, c'est vous autres, là, la province dans le coin. Si vous nous achalez pas trop, on va vous tolérer. Et je ne suis pas sûr, mais ça leur appartient, que les Québécois aient envie d'être tolérés. J'ai l'impression qu'ils ont envie d'être une nation à part entière, quels que soient ses choix futurs.
Sur la forme ou dans le fond, qu'est-ce que vous avez appris ce soir qui va pouvoir vous être utile jeudi?
Qui vont tous essayer de me faire la peau en même temps. Probablement le principal enseignement. Outre ça, je pense qu'il sera en effet intéressant de demander aux chefs de parti de bien vouloir répéter intégralement en français certaines des affaires qu'ils ont dites en anglais. Ça pourrait orienter sérieusement la suite des débats. C'est vrai, non seulement c'est vrai en termes de laïcité, mais c'est même vrai sur certains enjeux environnementaux. Je suis un peu déçu d'ailleurs que M. Trudeau n'ait pas voulu répondre, même si j'avais la gentillesse de lui dire combien de temps il lui restait, sur la demande de Québec que les autorisations et les évaluations environnementales de Québec aient préséance, pas de réponse, puis un engagement ferme à ce qu'il n'y ait pas d'oléoduc qui traverse le Québec, ni maintenant ni plus tard. Pas de réponse. Une absence de réponse dans un débat politique, c'est la réponse contraire de celle qu'on espérait. Alors, j'en conclus que les Québécois doivent se méfier autant de M. Trudeau que de M. Scheer.
Bonjour, M. Blanchet, Philippe Vincent Foisy de Radio-Canada. Je sais que j'ai plusieurs collègues qui ont beaucoup de questions. Si on pouvait garder ça court, on va pouvoir en poser plus. Ce serait très apprécié.
Je réponds à 3 en même temps.
Donc, M. Singh, ce soir, a dit que la porte était ouverte à ce qu'il intervienne en Cour suprême.
Oui.
Est-ce que, puis vous avez parlé de protéger la loi sur la laïcité, est-ce que les contradictions aujourd'hui, vous espérez être capable de les faire ressortir la semaine prochaine? C'est ça votre objectif, jeudi prochain?
Je pense que c'est très clair. Je pense qu'il n'y a aucun parti parmi ceux qui étaient là qui, si ça se rendait en Cour suprême, ne prendrait pas fait et cause contre la loi 21. C'est une posture électorale que de dire qu'il tolère la loi 21 parce qu'il essaie de perdre le moins de votes possible au Québec. Mais moi, je ne me fais pas d'illusions. Et je réitère que financer des luttes contre la loi 21, ce n'est pas le gouvernement qui met de l'argent dans le pot. C'est le gouvernement qui a financé des organisations, lesquelles organisations vont soutenir des individus qui vont contre la loi 21, puis le gouvernement va dire « Ah, c'est pas de ma faute, ça passe par une organisation ».
Qu'est-ce que vous entendez quand vous avez parlé d'Alain Reyes qui disait « On veut protéger la loi sur la laïcité ». Quand vous entendez le mot « protéger », qu'est-ce que ça vous dit, vous, quand vous entendez Alain Reyes dire ça?
Ma compréhension, c'est que protéger, c'est plus fort que tolérer. Protéger, c'est plus fort qu'on ne fera rien contre, c'est on va faire quelque chose pour. C'était précisément le sens de ma question. M. Reyes a dit qu'il n'y avait que le Parti conservateur qui allait puis pouvait vraiment protéger la loi 21 au Parlement fédéral. Lorsque je pose la question à M. Scheer, il ne dit pas ça du tout. Il est revenu à la tolérance, on ne fera rien, même si on n'est pas pour.
Mr. Blanchet, Tom Perry with CBC News. Do you see any real difference between the Federalist parties in terms of their stance on Law 21?
I think that they were well aware that, Western Canada and Ontario and other times were listening to that debate. I am not certain that they kept well aware of the fact that Quebec also was listening to that debate. And I waited for that day for everybody to see the obvious contradictions between what they say in French and in Quebec and what they say when they're not in Quebec.
Did you see any difference, though? Do you think, do you find any leader better or worse than another?
I would admit something in favor of Mr. Trudeau. He is clear. He is going to fight this law, which is deeply against what he is and his heritage. Fine. I'm not sure that's what Quebec wants, but at least it's clear. Mr. Scheer and Mr. Singh are much less clear. People have a right within the next 2 weeks to know precisely what to expect from any of those two leaders, and I intend to have clear answers on Thursday.
If I could just ask you one more question. Who were you speaking to tonight?
I was speaking, actually, I had this plan of showing that we want to be friends with Canada and just make things differently. The partnership should be different. I didn't have much of an occasion to do that. I kept well aware of the fact, for my part, that Quebec was listening to.
M. Blanchet, Michel Lamarche, TVA. Si on revient à la loi 21, les libéraux nous disent qu'il n'y a pas du tout de changement dans la position du chef Justin Trudeau, c'est-à-dire que la porte, elle est seulement ouverte. Vous, dans le cadre du débat ce soir, c'est pas ça que vous avez entendu de la part du premier ministre?
Ça me semblait aller quand même un peu plus loin. Parce qu'il faut comprendre, que je dois, moi, comprendre. Puis c'est normal, il y a un certain clientélisme là-dedans. Là, qu'on le veuille ou qu'on le veuille pas, quand M. Trudeau s'exprime en anglais, il y a une partie de l'auditoire francophone qui est moins à l'écoute. Donc, il s'en sort un petit peu comme ça. Lorsqu'il parle en français, ça peut être un peu différent, mais en même temps, M. Trudeau, c'est plus clair. Au moins, c'est plus clair. Je vais faire ce qu'il faut. Tu sais, dire, je ne vais peut-être pas le faire tant que ça jusqu'au 21, mais on comprend très bien que le 22 au matin, merci, bonsoir, vous voulez attaquer la loi 21, je serai là pour vous. L'argent du gouvernement canadien sera pour vous. Même l'argent que les Québécois paient en taxes et en impôts au gouvernement canadien pourra être utilisé pour aller contre une loi qui a été votée par 70 % des élus de l'Assemblée nationale et qui est appuyée par 70 % des Québécois.
Vous avez dit un peu plus tôt, jeudi, ils vont tous vouloir me faire la peau.
Oui.
Pourquoi ils auraient besoin de vous faire la peau jeudi?
Bien, en fait, je prends toujours ça avec un grain de sel parce que je ne crois pas à l'instantané que représente un sondage. C'est un exercice statistique. Maintenant, il faudrait être bien caché, bien loin pour ne pas voir qu'il y a une progression du Bloc québécois. Et tant que cette progression-là du Bloc québécois se produit, ça peut coûter le gouvernement aux conservateurs, ça peut coûter la majorité aux libéraux, ça peut coûter les percées au vert et ça peut coûter tous les sièges qui restent au NPD au Québec. Je ne dis pas que c'est ça qui va arriver, ça ne m'appartient pas, ça appartient aux Québécoises et aux Québécois. Et puis très humblement, je m'en remets à leur jugement, c'est ça la démocratie. Mais je pense que dans le dernier débat en français, ils vont essayer de me casser du sucre sur le dos. Mais dans mesure où c'est en français, ma zone de confort va être un petit peu plus large.
Mr. Blanchet. Are we going back and forth?
Go ahead.
Key in Rebel News. My question is...
I won't answer Rebel News.
Okay, well, I'll keep
Sorry.
asking the question because a judge said that we could be here and ask questions, so I'll continue to ask the question. Western separatism is on the rise, and if TMX is canceled by a May Singh-Trudeau coalition, that intention will inevitably spike even more. What's your advice to Albertans who think that Confederation is broken?
My answer is that I won't answer you. Est-ce que vous voulez quand même faire une autre question? OK. Merci beaucoup.
Mr. Blanchet, if you...
I'd like to.
I want to know your reaction to Western Canada objecting to Bill 21. We saw the Manitoba Premier contest it. We know the Calgary City Council is against it. Is that appropriate for Western Canada to be intervening in this?
Canada is entitled to its own values, as well as Quebec is entitled to its own values. We should be friends and partner. Now we have to fight over an issue which should belong to the nation of Quebecers, because some people elsewhere think that in their values we don't have a right to do that. But I would simply want them to respect the fact that this is the normal jurisdiction of the Assemblée nationale du Québec and no one else's.
And on reconciliation, you talked about having these encounters, these lovely encounters with First Nations people.
Yes.
Is that not a little insensitive with the Viam report that just came out, the Val d'Or report?
I don't understand what you mean.
Sure.
I had encounters with people from the First Nations. Those were great moments in the campaign, and I think that our society has a long overdue obligation to start listening, but I mean really listen to what they say, what they ask, what they need. They are as much a nation, each one of them, as Quebec is a nation and as Canada is a nation, but we keep in our mind thinking of what we will do for or about them, as if they did not have the same rights as we do. Merci.
Gabrielle, they don't want you beating them up again. I know. I'm waiting for Blanchet to disappear. Okay, I'll tell him. You hearing Bob?
Bonjour, hello. J'adore cette grande galerie des peuples autochtones. So for viewers at home, this is the Canadian Museum of History, and this is the best place to come to get a sense of the grandeur of First Nations longhouses from across British Columbia. Sorry, just a little bit of a tourist plug.
Okay, thank you, Ms. May. Hannah Thibodeau, CBC National News. You and Mr. Singh seem to be fighting right now in the polls. They suggest you're fighting for third place. Do you feel he might have gotten the best of you tonight?
Not a bit. No, I felt quite comfortable, and I didn't feel like we were fighting. I felt as though I made the points I needed to make, and I agree with Jagmeet Singh. It's not a choice between the Liberals and Conservatives. Canadians have options, and a real option is to vote Green.
What about the fact that he keeps bringing up this point about abortion and that you would allow people within your party to bring this up?
We are very clear that all of our candidates have been asked and answered the question that they would not bring it up because they are not pro-life. They are pro-choice. Now, the reality of it is, it's, I think, one of those great points about parliamentary democracy that in Canada we have allowed whipped votes to be routine. So I would say to Mr. Singh and to the NDP, why did they force every new Democrat, this wasn't Mr. Singh, of course, in 2011, every new Democrat was forced to vote for bombing Libya. I had women within the NDP come up to me afterwards, their faces with tears streaming down their face. But as recently as this spring, Mr. Singh had a whipped vote on a very minor issue. And you'll recall David Christopherson, a lot of viewers at home might not remember, but from the Parliamentary Committee on Parliamentary and House Affairs, when he voted on a minor issue against the way Mr. Singh wanted him to vote, Mr. Singh attempted to fire him from his position as vice chair of that committee. I think that's wrong. I think whipped votes are wrong. So Greens don't whip votes on any issue because we believe that members of Parliament should represent their constituents. That's why we screen to make sure they share our values before they get to Parliament.
Would you ever consider changing that?
It's a part of, there are 80 Green parties around the world. And all around the world, including the Greens in the European Parliament, they all work together. They strive to form consensus. But if there's not a consensus, MPs in the European Parliament for the Greens or in the Swedish Parliament for the Greens or wherever they are around the world, New Zealand, wherever, we don't believe in the idea that it's right to have someone elected to Parliament check their brains at the door and do whatever the leader tells them to do.
André Lajoie from Eagle News International. I was just wondering, can you talk about your platform and on pharmacare?
Oh, I'm very proud of the fact that in 2015, Greens were the only party calling for pharmacare. And because we do like working together, I'm very pleased that now the NDP have a position close to ours. The Liberals are not quite as clear, but we are really on the verge of being able to push through universal single-payer pharmacare. It's essential. And back to the affordability issue, the study that was issued earlier today, research done at St. Michael's Hospital made it clear that not only does pharmacare deliver better health results, it helps people make ends meet in a way that has a big impact on affordability. It brings down drug prices. It's really, the evidence from all around the world is clear. So we took the estimate the Parliamentary Budget Office gave us. We didn't provide as many limitations on our request, so it's we had a certain amount of sticker shock when we saw that PBO thought it would be $27 billion, but we found enough revenue to be sure that we can do it.
And how about more doctors in rural?
We need to renegotiate the Canada Health Accord. We need to go with what the medical community is recommending as having the patient's medical home be a team medicine approach. We need to rethink healthcare in the 21st century, but we really need a new Canada Health Accord. And we must never forget that while healthcare is delivered by the provinces, it's the Federal Minister of Health who's responsible for enforcing the Canada Health Act, and we've been too slack for too long in making sure we don't allow any creeping two-tier medicine into Canada.
Ms. May, sorry, this way. Hi. Murad Hamadi from The Logic.
Sorry.
So you've said on a couple of debate stages now that you would tax the tech giants, but your platform doesn't specify whether that's an e-commerce tax or sales tax, or whether you're looking for something like the 3% tax that Mr. Trudeau has proposed. So which one is it, and what form would that tax take?
We've actually, that's also a plank you can find on the website reviewed by the Parliamentary Budget Office. So we're looking at the way they've done it in Europe. We're looking at making sure that we collect tax. It's not a sales tax. We need to make sure that we recoup, because Amazon, for instance, isn't benign. They compete with all the local small businesses that sell things across Canada. The same thing with Facebook and Google are undermining our journalists across Canada. So we're not looking at a sales tax. We're looking at a structure that brings the tax further upstream and ensures that Canadian e-commerce companies, whether it's Airbnb or Google or Facebook or Amazon or Netflix, are paying tax into the Government of Canada system, but not at the sales tax level.
Sorry, but what form exactly does that take? Is that a tax on revenue? Is that a tax on advertising revenue? Because the Parliamentary Budget Officer budgets it as a tax on e-commerce and specifically mentions sales tax loss, as well as taxes not collected on tangible products, which is also a version of a sales
Well, there's several different ways in which it applies. The first thing is we need to close the loophole, which right now makes it more advantageous for businesses to put their ads with Facebook and Google instead of with publishers within Canada, because there is a loophole on tax. So at that level, it becomes a sales tax. At other levels, we'd be applying it further upstream to make sure that we collect, for instance, almost like a levy on their ability to do business within Canada. Bringing it and rolling it out, we also want to continue to look at the systems that are working. Now, Quebec has its own system. We want to make sure that we apply taxes on these e-commerce companies in a way that recoups for Canada a fair share of what they should be paying in taxes. I hope that's clear, because it's a very significant thing that we have so many companies doing business in Canada undermining and competing with Canadian companies, but not paying virtually no tax at all. And on the housing crisis, the fact that in British Columbia, 20% of our housing stock stands empty because they've been converted into Airbnbs. It's a complex area of business activity that we never anticipated even 10 years ago. Which is the next lineup? Sorry. No.
Merci.
Oh,
Merci. Ben, c'est beau. Merci beaucoup.
No, pas du tout. Well, gee whiz, guys. It's lovely to see you, and I guess you'll see the next person up. I had fun tonight. Thank you very much.
Yeah, for the Trudeau, yes. Actually, man, they're so far on time. That's a weird one between two schools. I guess
Check, 1, 2.
Is it? Yeah. What is your second?
Check. Check, 1, 2, check A. A, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. A. Check. A, 1, 2, 1, 2, A. Check, yeah, A. A, check, check, check.
Here he comes.
15 seconds. Yes, I go.
Bonjour, M. Trudeau. Philippe Vincent Foisy de Radio-Canada. Question sur la loi 21, juste qu'on clarifie ce qui se passe ce soir, là. Votre position à vous, c'est que la porte est ouverte à intervenir. Est-ce que c'est ouvert à intervenir juste en Cour suprême ou ouvert à intervenir peu importe la Cour, Ça pourrait être dans le cas actuel, ça pourrait être en cours d'appel ou ça pourrait être en Cour suprême. Votre position, c'est quoi?
J'ai dit que j'allais pas intervenir dans le cas actuel parce que des Québécois sont en train de défendre leurs droits comme la Constitution le prévoit, en train de défendre leurs droits et libertés. Mais je ne fermerai pas la porte à d'autres étapes d'intervenir parce que je trouve qu'un gouvernement fédéral se doit toujours de pouvoir défendre les droits fondamentaux, que ce soit les droits de francophones hors Québec, les droits des minorités linguistiques ou religieuses, ou bien les droits des femmes.
Donc, c'est dire vous allez intervenir.
Non, ce n'est pas une décision que nous avons prise encore, mais je ne peux pas et je ne vais pas fermer la porte à une éventuelle intervention parce que ce serait irresponsable pour un gouvernement fédéral de fermer la porte à ne pas intervenir dans des cas aussi profonds.
Hi, Mr. Trudeau. Since your multiple use of blackface became an international scandal, Canada's international reputation has been irreparably harmed. Have you reached out to any African leaders or any leaders from the Middle East to apologize for your conduct?
Canada will continue to engage in a positive, constructive way around the world, standing up for human rights, engaging with leaders right around the world, because we know that promoting our values and prosperity for everyone around the world is good for Canadians and creates better opportunities for everyone.
So that didn't answer the question at all. Have you spoken to any African leaders or leaders from the Middle East to apologize for your personal conduct?
I have continued to engage with leaders around the world in a responsible way during an election campaign. My focus is connecting with Canadians, as I was able to tonight. And I was very pleased to see so many of the questions turn to the environment. In all sections, there was a clear contrast between those on stage who don't think we should be fighting climate change and those of us who do. And again, we are the only party with a clear plan to fight climate change.
Do you think this will hurt our bid for
Monsieur Trudeau, Michel Lamarche, TVA Nouvelle. Votre stratégie ce soir d'interpeller M. Singh pendant le débat sur la loi 21 en lui disant qu'il ne défendait pas ses convictions jusqu'au bout, est-ce que vous êtes vraiment à l'aise avec cette façon de faire?
La réalité, c'est que particulièrement dans ces moments où on voit les politiques de division, de polarisation, de populisme à travers le monde, c'est important que les leaders démontrent qu'ils vont être là pour défendre les droits. Et je comprends cette perspective qu'ont les Québécois, qu'ont plusieurs Québécois qui ne voudraient pas qu'un gouvernement fédéral intervienne. Mais pour moi, le rôle d'un gouvernement fédéral, c'est toujours de défendre les libertés et les droits fondamentaux de tout le monde. Ce n'est pas une question de respect ou de non-respect de compétences, c'est une question de la responsabilité d'un gouvernement fédéral d'être là pour défendre les minorités, les femmes, les communautés marginalisées, et c'est quelque chose que je ferai toujours.
M. Blanchet disait à sa sortie du débat que vous ne dites pas la même chose en anglais et en français, notamment sur la loi 21, où vous êtes beaucoup plus ferme en anglais qu'en français, et sur les oléoducs également. Est-ce que vous seriez prêt à faire passer un oléoduc au Québec?
J'ai toujours dit exactement la même chose sur la loi 21 en français qu'en anglais. Je ne fermerai pas la porte à une intervention possible d'un gouvernement fédéral parce que le rôle d'un gouvernement fédéral, ça va toujours être de défendre les libertés fondamentales de tous et de chacun. Et c'est exactement ce que je vais toujours garder en réserve comme possibilité. Par rapport aux oléoducs, nous avons mis en place un processus où les consultations avec les peuples autochtones, les consultations avec les communautés, le travail avec les groupes environnementaux est beaucoup plus clair qu'avant. Et nous allons suivre ces processus pour essayer de développer, pour essayer de s'assurer que n'importe quel projet proposé ait l'acceptabilité sociale. Or, il n'y a pas de oléoduc de proposer pour traverser à travers le Québec maintenant. Alors, nous faisons confiance à la loi 69 et à notre approche là-dessus.
Good evening, Prime Minister. Andrew Lawton from True North. This afternoon, a federal court judge ruled that I had a right to be here to cover this debate as a journalist, despite opposition from your Attorney General. This comes after 2 weeks of me being kicked out of or not allowed into your campaign rallies. The Conservatives have criticized you for being not as advertised. You've advertised yourself as a champion of press freedom. Will you take a stand right now, sir, as the leader of the Liberal Party and allow me to cover your campaign like every other journalist?
We are a party and we are a country that respects journalistic rights and respects the freedom of the press. We will continue to.
So is that a yes, sir?
We are a party and a country that respects the hard work and the freedom of the press, and we will continue to.
Then what time is your plane leaving tomorrow, sir? What time is your
Justin
plane
Link
leaving?
Freelance, just yesterday, President Donald Trump greenlit the invasion of northern Syria. Would you stand with your Kurdish allies and do something about that beyond just words?
I was briefed on this situation by our national intelligence advisor and other top officials this afternoon. We are, of course, monitoring the situation very closely, along with our allies. Canada doesn't have any defense assets in Syria right now, but we are present in the Middle East, in Iraq, in a training mission where we are leading the NATO training mission, and we are continuing to ensure the safety of Canadians and stability in the region. This is a region where Canada has determined that it is in our national interest to be present, to promote peace and security, and to help train local forces to be able to combat Daesh. We will continue to monitor the situation closely.
Mr. Trudeau, I'd like to ask a question on pharmacare.
Oh, sorry.
Good evening, Mr. Trudeau. Teresa Wright from the Canadian Press. You chose to call out Mr. Singh on Bill 21 and also on an oil refinery issue, which he said wasn't true. Does this mean you're feeling threatened by the NDP at this point in the campaign, especially in areas where there are tight races?
On the contrary, we were pleased to contrast our approach and our approach on fighting climate change and our platform with all the leaders on stage. I think it's important for Canadians to be able to make a choice. And once again, I was very, very happy that so much of this debate throughout all the themes was actually on climate change and our approaches on fighting it. I just also need to highlight that Mr. Singh has been very clear on repeated occasions that part of the NDP's approach is to increase refinery capacity in Canada. He said it many times, and I think people need to understand that there are many different approaches on climate change, and of all the different approaches, there is only one plan that has been determined by a number of experts to be both ambitious and doable. And that is the plan that we've put in place over the past 4 years and are going to continue doing even more on.
I mentioned that you questioned Mr. Singh on Bill 21. You said in the debate that you're the only leader that would intervene, except that's not really what you've said. You've said you'll wait and see what happens with the legal challenge. Given that you've said that you feel this law is discriminatory, why aren't you taking a stronger stance on this, or stronger action?
The Charter is being defended the way it is designed to be. Canadians, Quebecers in this case, have taken their government to court over a law that they feel is unjust and discriminatory. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms is established so that Canadians can defend their rights against a government that they feel has intruded on their fundamental rights. That is a way that our Constitution and our Charter of Rights works, and Quebecers are having this important conversation themselves. We are, of course, watching carefully. I have been very clear that I am in disagreement with that law, and I am the only federal leader who has said that it would be irresponsible to rule out intervening at a later moment to defend fundamental rights and freedoms, because a federal government needs to be there to defend fundamental rights, whether it's francophone rights in Doug Ford's Ontario, whether it's minority rights, whether it's women's rights or LGBT rights. A federal government needs to be ready to defend Canadians' rights right across the country. It's not about respecting jurisdictions, it's about fundamental rights.
Mr. Trudeau, on pharmacare, I think there's a lot of confusion around your position.
you said you'd be guided in negotiations with the provinces, guided by the principles of the Eric Hoskins report. Does that mean a single-payer pharmacare system?
We, as a federal government, don't get to determine what the final look of national pharmacare looks like. We have committed to bringing in the recommendations and the model proposed by the Hoskins expert report, and we actually move forward on the significant elements that a federal government could move forward on. That is reducing drug prices by close to $13 billion across over the next 10 years, moving forward on creating a Canadian drug agency to establish a national formulary, and moving forward on the most expensive drugs for rare diseases that are extremely difficult for Canadians and indeed provinces to handle. But the next steps need to be negotiated with the provinces, and the provinces will have a say in what it looks like. The reason we are wary about certain provinces is I don't intend to send money to Doug Ford so he can cut taxes for the wealthy even further. We need to make sure we're having responsible conversations with provinces that actually want to move forward on improving our Medicare system and moving forward on assurance médicaments, pharmacare, thank you, and we're going to keep doing that. Merci beaucoup tout le monde. Bonne soirée.
Just remind us of your name and agency. Expiring 15 seconds.
50 secondes.
Good evening, everyone. Bonsoir tout le monde. Finally, I've had a chance to debate Justin Trudeau face-to-face in English. I'm very happy with the results of today's debate. I was able to articulate my positive vision for Canadians about a government that will live within its means, to leave more money in your pockets so that you can get ahead. So I'm happy to take your questions.
Mr. Scheer, Tom Parry with CBC News. You're talking about a positive vision. You opened up the debate by calling Mr. Trudeau a phony and a fraud. That seems quite negative. So I'm wondering, do you think that's what Canadians are looking for in this election?
Well, I was looking forward to the moment that I would finally be able to hold, to demonstrate Justin Trudeau's hypocrisy on so many different issues. And like millions of Canadians, I have become very frustrated with the things that he has said that are just patently false, the lies that he has told, the fact that he is continuing to refuse to allow the RCMP to do their job. And I think it was very important to make that point early on in the debate tonight. And of course, I also use several opportunities to articulate my positive vision for Canadians.
Mr. Trudeau said that Mr. Bernier is saying out loud what you say in private. You were also questioned tonight about your stance on abortion repeatedly. So do you think that your campaign was in any way damaged tonight?
Not at all. And again, we see these types of desperate attacks from Justin Trudeau. This is what Liberals do when they get in trouble. They start to try to create fear and division on these types of issues, and I think Canadians can see right through it.
Lina Dib, la presse canadienne, bonsoir. Pour revenir sur le ton, les mots phony et fraud, avez-vous trouvé des équivalents pour jeudi en français et pourquoi aller jusque-là?
Oui, mais c'est le même message en français qu'en anglais. Justin Trudeau a menti les Canadiens, il a dit les mensonges, il toujours cache la vérité et même aujourd'hui, il n'a pas permettre les adjoints dans son bureau de témoigner devant le GRC pour trouver la vérité dans le scandale d'SNC-Lavalin. Alors, je crois que c'est très clair pour tous les Canadiens et Canadiennes que Justin Trudeau n'est pas celui qu'il prétend d'être.
Mais plus loin que ça, vous avez utilisé des mots insultants, M. Scheer. Vous avez dit fraud puis phony en anglais. Est-ce que vous avez des mots équivalents en français? Et pourquoi ne pas juste vous contenter de critiquer comme vous venez de le faire au micro et d'aller jusqu'à ces mots-là qui sont des insultes?
J'ai utilisé les mots comme ça parce qu'ils s'appliquent. Justin Trudeau est pas honnête avec les Canadiens. Il toujours cache la vérité. Il prétend d'être pour les Premières Nations et il a congédié le premier procureur général qui était une membre d'une Première Nation à cause du fait qu'elle a fait sa job. Alors, je vais continuer de montrer aux Canadiens que Justin Trudeau dit les choses qui ne sont pas vraies et toujours n'était pas celui qu'il prétendait d'être.
Bonjour, M. Scheer, Philippe Vincent Foisy, Radio-Canada. Sur la loi 21, il semble y avoir peut-être de la confusion. J'aimerais que vous puissiez clarifier votre position, nous la dire exactement. Est-ce qu'un gouvernement conservateur élu n'interviendrait à aucune étape du processus judiciaire, c'est-à-dire même en Cour suprême, vous n'interviendrez pas?
Oui, alors j'ai toujours été clair, on ne va pas intervenir.
Jamais.
Point final.
Parfait. Quand Alain Reyes dit « les conservateurs sont les meilleurs pour protéger la laïcité », est-ce que vous allez protéger, donc défendre, agir positivement pour la loi 21 ou vous allez simplement ne rien faire et pour ça, pour vous, c'est ça, protéger la laïcité?
Alors, c'est clair que c'est la même chose avec mon équipe. Mon équipe et moi, nous avons toujours été clairs. On ne va intervenir pas. Point final.
Good evening. Todd Lamoran, APTN National News. In tonight's debate, you kind of suggested that duty consult was important. But if you form government and you've done all your duty to consult with First Nations, and some of them still say no, will you build TMX anyway?
It's important to recognize that for thousands and thousands of Indigenous Canadians, the source of prosperity and jobs and opportunity comes from big energy projects. The number one industry that employs Indigenous Canadians is the mining sector. The company that employs the largest amount of Indigenous Canadians is an oil and gas company. And it's very important that we create a system where concerns can be addressed. And if a First Nations community has a concern, if they are impacted by a proposed project, that their concerns have to be taken into account and addressed. And at the end of the day, we get to a system where big projects can proceed. And so my message to Indigenous Canadians is that we will take our duty to consult very seriously. We'll have dynamic consultations. We will ensure that a cabinet minister has the responsibility to personally oversee these types of consultations. That is the basis of our national energy corridor that I am proposing, so that we can take care of these types of consultations, so that we can balance the needs to preserve and recognize and protect treaty rights, but also to get to a place where big projects can proceed again.
Of course, you have more First Nations in your riding than anyone else. What do you tell leaders from those communities about why your party is alone in not wanting to adopt the UNDRIP?
Well, as you know, Perry Bellegarde comes from my riding. He was a former chief from one of the First Nations reserves in my riding. And I've asked him, and I've asked other Indigenous Canadians who are promoting and supporting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, what free, prior, and informed consent means. Because First Nations communities recognize that respecting Indigenous rights means respecting their rights to say yes. And when you have 30 plus Indigenous communities who had signed partnership agreements with Northern Gateway, when you have dozens of First Nations communities that will benefit from Trans Mountain, we need to ensure that they have those possibilities for economic prosperity. It will not happen if any one First Nation or can veto projects. That is something that First Nations communities leaders and grassroots members of Indigenous organizations are concerned about as well.
Mr. Chair, Murad Hamadi for the Logic. Starting January 1st, 2020, stock options for employees of companies will be capped at $200,000 for the year. The NDP and the Greens have both proposed higher sort of levies on the stock options deduction. Would a Conservative government reverse the policy that's set to go into place on the 1st of January?
Well, we certainly don't believe in higher taxes. We would disagree with other parties who say that taxes have to be raised. Justin Trudeau originally proposed on taxing all stock options, failing to recognize the fact that this is exactly how companies start up in Canada, that many high-tech companies start off very small with small groups of people, small numbers of people who have foregone paychecks while they're investing in a company. If you want to kill innovation in Canada, if you want to make sure that Canada cannot compete for the world's best and brightest and the types of investments that grow companies, raising taxes on innovators is a great way to do it. That's why Conservatives are opposed to higher taxes.
Sorry, but that didn't answer my question. My question was, will you revoke the cap?
Well, as I said, we are certainly going to ensure that taxes don't go up on Canadians. I note that Justin Trudeau launched an attack on small businesses, calling them tax cheats, so we've committed to rolling those back. We will always fight, we'll always make sure under a Conservative government that Canadians have a low tax environment so that they can do what they do best, which is innovate, grow companies, and succeed.
Molly Thomas, CTV National. You've said, like the Liberals, that you would appeal the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal decision that awarded major compensation to families, that Indigenous families that were hurt in the foster care system. Why would you challenge that? We've never heard why.
Well, as I've indicated, I think it's very important that the federal government takes its responsibilities to Indigenous Canadians very seriously, and ensuring that compensation for wrongdoing in the child welfare system is acknowledged. When you're dealing with a ruling of this magnitude, when you're looking at the impacts this will have on government departments and on policies surrounding this issue, and the compensation amount, we believe it's the appropriate thing to do to ensure that there is judicial review over this decision.
Let me ask about the tone and the format of the debate. You said you have been waiting to challenge Justin Trudeau. Did you think you had enough time and Canadians heard enough from the two front runners today, considering there were 6 people at the microphones?
Well, I would have liked to have had more time to go directly back and forth with Justin Trudeau. I would have liked to have had more opportunities both to challenge him and to explain to him how our policies will actually make life easier for Canadians, how our policies will actually make life more affordable, and show to him and to Canadians how his policies will make the cost of living go up even higher. I would have liked to have more opportunities to do that, but the format was the format this evening. Thanks very much. Merci.
Mr. Scheer, Anya Kadadeglia from The Wire Report. So the Liberals, the NDP, and the Greens have all introduced plans to lower wireless bills. Are you planning to tackle the issue of telecom affordability in any way?
Well, I would challenge you on that premise. What Justin Trudeau has proposed is a plan with a goal without a plan. He says this is something he's going to do just by asking companies to do it. If that would have worked, why hadn't he done that years ago? And a goal without a plan is just a dream. I don't expect anything to come from Justin Trudeau's platform.
So do you have a goal or a plan when it comes to telecom?
We believe in ensuring that robust competition in Canada is we believe that robust competition is the best way to make sure that Canadians have affordable services. But like I said, on this, like so many other aspects of his platform, it's just not as advertised. He claims to have a platform. Over half his policies, over half his announcements have not been costed. There's no numbers to back it up. And on this particular issue, he's not even explaining to Canadians how he do it, other than just asking the telecom companies to do it. I don't take anything he says with any confidence. Thanks very much, everyone. Merci beaucoup.
Seconds, 10 secondes.
Bonjour, hello. I'm very happy, very pleased. I think we had a great opportunity to show to Canadians our policies, and that was my goal tonight. So I'm ready to answer your questions. Je suis prêt à répondre à vos questions.
Bonsoir, M. Bernier. L'inaudible, la presse canadienne.
Oui.
Ça devait être une confrontation entre vous et M. Scheer. En avez-vous eu assez pour votre argent? Est-ce que vous avez été assez content de vos attaques ou de vos échanges à vous et lui?
Oui, je suis bien content. On a eu l'opportunité de parler vraiment des vraies choses de notre plateforme. J'ai pu démontrer aux Canadiens que le Parti populaire est vraiment différent des autres partis qui étaient présents. Nous avons des politiques pour faire en sorte qu'on ait un gouvernement plus petit à Ottawa qui respecte la Constitution, mais surtout aussi, j'ai démontré que M. Scheer et M. Trudeau ne balanceront pas, n'équilibreront pas, le budget, et ça regarde très mal pour l'avenir de notre pays.
Qu'est-ce que vous avez appris ce soir dans la forme ou dans le fond du débat qui va vous servir jeudi?
Bien, j'ai bien aimé. Un peu de stress au début. Je pense que c'est tout à fait normal. Mais pour moi, c'est une belle expérience. J'attendais ce moment, comme je vous l'ai dit, et puis je suis bien content, bien heureux qu'on a pu participer à ce débat-là. Et comme expérience, je garde l'expérience dans un débat de parler de politique publique, et je pense que j'étais un des seuls leaders qui a parlé vraiment de notre plateforme sans trop attaquer les autres leaders des autres chefs. Et pour moi, c'est important.
Hi, Kean Bexty, Rebel News, right here.
Sorry, yeah.
My question revolves around journalism in Canada. 3 journalists came to this debate tonight, but they weren't going to be let in, myself included. We had to apply for an emergency court injunction to be allowed to cover the one English debate that our Prime Minister took part in. What does that say about the state of journalism in Canada and the contempt that the Prime Minister currently has for journalists?
It's a shame, you know. We're a free democracy. We believe in freedom, and it's too bad that what happened right now. It's the same thing for me on the stage. You know, Mr. Singh said that I didn't have my place over there because of what I'm saying about immigration. But actually, you know, I'm a voice for the big majority of Canadians that want fewer immigrants. And the fact that some people doesn't want us to debate, and some people don't want you also to be here. It's not a Canadian way, and I hope that you'll be able to be treated like a journalist.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And my follow-up revolves around what you were saying. 6% of Canadians want higher immigration. That's what the data says.
Yeah.
Do you think that the other leaders just think that Canadians need to take some tough medicine, or do they just not believe the data?
Well, first of all, I think that they don't want to agree with Canadians. I think they don't want to do that debate. You saw that on stage. You know, they were all against me on that. But actually, that's a position that it is in line with Canadians. But the most important also, if you want to preserve that country, if you want that country to be like that in 25 years, that's the time to have that discussion. And I'm very proud that I was able to have that discussion.
Monsieur Bernier, Philippe Vincent Foisy de Radio-Canada.
Oui.
Monsieur Trudeau dit que, au fond, ce que vous êtes ce soir, c'est ce que Andrew Scheer pense tout bas. Donc, vous dites publiquement ce qu'Andrew Scheer pense tout bas. Est-ce que vous êtes d'accord avec lui que, finalement, vous êtes la voix un peu plus conservatrice, voire, si je comprends bien, extrême d'Andrew Scheer?
Premièrement, je l'ai dit, j'ai posé la question à M. Scheer. Je lui ai demandé, et je l'ai dit très bien à la fin du débat, que M. Scheer, pour moi, est plutôt un libéral et non pas un conservateur. Donc, M. Scheer et M. Trudeau, pour moi, c'est le même. C'est les mêmes politiques. C'est la même chose en ce qui concerne l'immigration. C'est la même chose en ce qui concerne ne pas équilibrer le budget. C'est la même chose en ce qui concerne l'aide étrangère, en ce qui concerne plusieurs politiques. Et j'aime à dire que les gens qui croient vraiment au libre marché et un plus petit gouvernement à Ottawa, bien c'est plutôt le Parti populaire qui les représente.
Ce soir, si vous aviez le choix, auriez-vous mieux aimé être chef du Parti conservateur que chef du Parti populaire?
Non, je suis très, très heureux, très content. Et nous avons bâti un parti en moins d'un an. Il y a plusieurs personnes ici qui doutaient de notre capacité d'être capable d'être présent, d'être un parti national, et c'est ce qu'on est. Et j'aimerais en profiter pour remercier tous nos bénévoles à travers le pays qui nous ont permis d'être ici ce soir. Pour moi, c'est mon moment le plus heureux en politique, et parce que nous faisons de la politique autrement. Et il n'y a pas de tabou pour nous. Nous disons les vraies choses, nous disons ce que nous pensons, et nous n'essayons pas de plaire à tout le monde. C'est la grande différence entre le Parti populaire et les autres partis politiques.
André Lajoie, Eagle News International. I was just wondering, what do you think about the climate changes? As you know, that we have been having lots of floods in Quebec, Ontario.
You're speaking about the weather.
Yeah.
You're not speaking about the climate.
Well,
so you have a question on the climate?
Yeah.
Yeah, the climate is always changing, and I don't have any problem with that. The normality for the climate is changing. So what I'm saying, I don't believe that the main reason for that is the human activity on this planet. It is not the main reason why the climate is changing. There's a lot of other factors. So what you're saying about what happened right now, it's the weather, and that's why I'm the only leader who does not believe in these climate change hysteria or climate change emergency. All these people want Canadians to change their way of life, and they don't want us to have a debate about climate change. We need to have a debate, and it is too important for the future of this country. So I want to impose Canadians on climate change. I want to impose costly regulation on Canadians. And as you know, the environment is a shared jurisdiction, so provinces can have policy on climate change. But like I said in the debate, we must have concrete actions for the environment, and that it is what I propose, concrete action for the environment. Be sure that we have clear lakes, clear rivers, and put more money there than on fighting on climate change.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bernier, Tom Parry with CBC News. There was a lot of people talking over each other tonight, a lot of loud exchanges. Do you think that you were able to change anybody's mind tonight in this debate?
I think so. People had an opportunity to see me, an opportunity to listen to our platform. And like I said in French, I was the only leader to speak about policies and not trying always to being negative with the other leaders. My position was, and my thinking before the debate was for me to explain our platform, and I think I had the opportunity to do that.
Your platform is obviously setting you quite far apart.
Absolutely. I think you saw that we're the only principal alternative, and we're doing politics differently than the other established political parties.
Well, one person's principled alternative, I suppose, is another person's fringe party. So where do you think you stand there?
Sorry, can you...
Do you think you're a fringe party with your stance on the environment, with your stance on, on climate and immigration? Where do you think that makes you a fringe party?
Absolutely not. When you have the majority of Canadians on your side on immigration, when you have the majority of Canadians that want fewer immigrants, you're not radical. That's the other political parties that are radical because only 6% of the population want more immigrations.
So why do you think you had people up there like Mr. Singh saying you shouldn't even be there?
Sorry?
Mr. Singh said you shouldn't even be there.
Yeah, I think, you know, like I told him during the debate, we're in a free country. We have the right of our opinions. And, you know, Mr. Singh said always that is for freedom and for respect. So I was a little bit surprised that, you know, he didn't want to hear what we have to say. He wants to be the leader of this country. He wants to be the leader of democratic country. So I think he must respect free speech and our freedom. It's not because that I'm having a different point of view that I'm not supposed to be there. That's why I'm supposed to be there, because I'm having a different point of view. That's debating, and I was there to do that, and I did it. So I'm very happy with that. Yeah.
Mr. Bernier, Andrew Lawton from True North. You have talked about the need to prioritize economic immigrants and immigrants that share Canadian values because that's the way to integrate immigrants into Canada. You've also talked about the need to cut immigration numbers. Why do you need to cut the numbers if the immigrants you're bringing in are, by your own metric of success, better suited for integration?
Yeah, first of all, as you know, we want to be sure that we'll have people that will come here and share our Canadian values. But the most important, it is easier for a new Canadian to be part of our society when they have a job, and it's easier for that person to integrate our society. So right now, I think we're having 328,000 newcomers a year. We want to have fewer immigrants, 150,000 a year. That will be the maximum. But the most important, not 26% of them must be economic immigrants, a person that is coming here because we need their skill. So we need to increase that ratio, that proportion. And my proposal is to have at least 50% of our newcomers, they must be economic immigrants. They must come here because we need that person to be able to fulfill our economic needs.
How do you propose to either mandate or screen for Canadian values?
First of all, you know, we need to have a face-to-face interview with each one of them, and we'll have that. And second, yes, we'll have some questions about their values, and I think that's normal to do that. We want people who share our Canadian values. We want people who believe in freedom, in free markets, in the equality between men and women, equality before the law, the separation of state and religious. So, yeah, let's have a discussion with them. And that's why we are proposing an interview where we will ask these kind of questions. Merci.